Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's virtual meeting of the Port Phillip City Council. The City of Port Phillip respectfully acknowledges the Yalukit Willem clan of the Boonwurrung. We pay our respects to their elders, both past and present, and we acknowledge and uphold their traditional relationship to this land. Tonight's meeting is being held via the Webex platform and streamed via Council's webcast page and Facebook Live. Whilst we've planned for this meeting online, there always remains the risk of technical issues arising that are beyond our control. If we experience technical issues tonight, we will adjourn the meeting for a short time to resolve the issue. If the issue cannot be resolved and the meeting cannot continue, then we'll adjourn to tomorrow evening and the details will be circulated to the public as early as possible. Meeting processes have been altered via resolution of Council to hear all submissions from members of the public at the start of the meeting. Additionally, voting on all motions will be under division, where the Chair will call upon councillors individually in rotating alphabetical order to state their vote. Given the large agenda for this evening, I thought I'd let you know in advance that I'll be adjourning the meeting at 7:15 p.m. or close to it for a break for around 15 minutes. Okay, so let's get on with this agenda tonight. First up is apologies, and councillors, we're all here, so there's no apologies for tonight. Item 2 is the minutes of the previous meetings. Actually, one meeting. So the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 2nd of September 2020 has been circulated. Are there any questions relating to these minutes, councillors? Okay, I'm noting that there aren't any questions. So can I please have a mover and a seconder for these minutes, please? Thank you. So Councillor Simic to move and Councillor Baxter to second. Thank you. And now I'll put that under division and I'll call upon each councillor for your vote. First up, Councillor Baxter.
4.
Councillor Bond.
4.
Councillor Brand.
Sorry, the old mute button. 4.
Thank you. Councillor Copsey.
4.
Councillor Crawford.
4.
Councillor Gross.
4.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
4.
Councillor Voss. 4. That's a good start. That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, item 3 is declarations of conflicts of interest. Councillors, are there any conflicts of interest in any matters being discussed at tonight's meeting? I note there are none. Thank you. Councillor Simic?
Yes, just one moment, sorry. I have a direct interest in confidential item 18.4. I come to the Special Audit and Risk Committee meeting of 9th of September 2020, parts 2 and 3, and I'll confirm this declaration at the appropriate time and remove myself from the discussion at the time.
Thank you, Councillor Simic. Any other councillors? Councillor Baxter?
Yes, so I also have a conflict of interest in relation to the confidential item.
Thank you. And Councillor Pearl?
I have a direct interest in item 18.4, which I want to say about at that time.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Brand. Sorry, Councillor Bond is next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also have a direct interest in item 18.4 and we'll have more to say about it at that time.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Brand.
Yes, I have a direct interest in the same issue, in the same item, 18.4, confidential, but I need to explain my position in that at the time.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Councillor Copsey.
Completing the set, I have a direct interest in 18.4 and will speak to at the time.
Great. Thank you, councillors. I appreciate that. Okay, so before we start tonight, I have a condolence motion. It has been added to tonight's agenda. And the condolence motion is about Tony Flood. And I've just got a couple of short sentences to read. First up, Tony Flood was a key member of the Friends of Westgate Park, Westgate Biodiversity Group, and sadly passed away on the 6th of September. Mr. Flood was Westgate Park's greatest advocate for over 20 years. He raised millions of dollars in grants for the park and mobilised countless volunteers to turn the park into a wonderfully biodiverse area it is today. Mr. Flood was also a valued supporter of the Port Phillip Eco Centre for over 15 years, including filling roles as committee member and secretary. His contribution to our community will continue to live on, in particular through Westgate Park, and he'll be sadly missed. Councillors, I seek someone to move the following motion: that Council expresses its deep regret on the passing of Tony Flood, offers its sincere condolences to his family and the members of the Friends of Westgate Park and the Eco Centre, and places on record its appreciation for his service to the City of Port Phillip. Thank you. Councillor Baxter to move and Councillor Copsey to second. Thank you. Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak? Sorry, Councillor Baxter, my apologies.
Sorry, yes, I was confused for a moment there. Thank you. Yeah, look, just to say that you know, I knew Tony through his work through the Eco Centre largely, and he was, you know, always the kind of person who would be happy to put up his hand and put in the hard yards, which is quite rare in a lot of community organisations. There are a lot of people who will want to say the things but not do the things, and Tony was a doer of things. And I just have to say it was a big shock to hear about his passing, which I heard about online. Yeah, it's a massive shame. This community relies on people like Tony who just go out and put in huge amounts of unpaid and unthanked for work, and we've lost one, which is really sad, not just for people that knew Tony and personally, and his family, of course, who our thoughts are with, but just all the people in the community who benefit from the work he's done without ever knowing that he did it. So yeah, I think it's really great that we're able to express our condolences here for Tony's family and everybody who benefited from the work he did.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Councillor Copsey.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just terribly sad to hear of Tony's passing. He's made such an incredibly huge contribution to the city, and I think I just want to note the incredible legacy he leaves behind. The volunteer commitment to making this city a better and more beautiful place is staggering, and he certainly has left behind an enormous legacy with the natural beauty of Westgate Park. It's somewhere I've been spending quite a bit of time during my outdoor exercise time, and it's always full of people, you know, looking at the beautiful legacy that's left. And I'll be thinking of him when I go and visit next and see the New Holland honeyeaters and the willy wagtails and the fairy wrens and the wattle birds and all the other beautiful creatures that have found a home in our city thanks to Tony's efforts.
Thank you, Councillor Copsey. I'll also just say, you know, I've known Tony for 8 years, and over that 8 years I got to know him very well. First with his involvement with Perth White Reserve, and how that sort of went and got incorporated into the Port Capacity Project in terms of the web doc and the beautiful place it is now. When he first took me to Westgate Park, it was nothing like it is today. there was hardly any trees. It was just starting. And in a few short years, it is an incredible, incredible place. And largely he is one of the key people behind the beautiful place it is now. He has been unwell for quite a period of time. He rallied and unfortunately has gone downhill this last year. But I have to say, I can only describe him as such a magnificent, gentle giant of a man that's done so much for the community and the environment. So thank you very much. I'll put that motion now under division. Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
4.
Councillor Voss. 4. Councillor Baxter.
4.
Thank you. That motion is carried unanimously. Now, item 4 is public question time and submissions. So we'll now hear all public questions and comments on report items from the members of the public. All questions to speak were required to be submitted today, actually by 3 p.m. At the time of registering to speak, submitters were given the opportunity to join the Webex meeting virtually and ask their questions live during this meeting, or have an officer read their statement on their behalf. So statements submitted by members of the public will be read in summary by an officer. So I remind speakers of the requirement to comply with the Council's governance rules, and I advise that tonight I will be limiting speakers to 2 minutes per speaker due to the large agenda. So thank you for your cooperation. So first up, I'd like to call upon Mary Stewart, please, and she's speaking to item in the public question time. General, thank you. Welcome, Mary.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Mary Stewart. I speak on behalf of Luna Parks and St Kilda Tourism and Events, member of the Foreshore Traders, and I also live and work in St Kilda. My question relates to works on Luna Park and Palais forecourts, installation of permanent protection bollards and road treatment proposed for Cavell Street in the section between the 2 forecourts. We commend Council and the officers for the work and the design that's proposed. We think it's great, and we support the project and appreciate the consultation. My questions relate to the proposed narrowing of this particular section of Cavell Street and proposal to raise the level of the road so there is no curb or step down from the footpath areas and onto the road for some 50 metres between the Palais and the Luna Park forecourts. Can Council confirm Cavell Street will continue to look like a road? Can Council confirm that any narrowing will not result in bottlenecks or impair normal traffic flow? And will Council review the issue of removing the curb to address concerns regarding child safety? Can Council seek further advice that addresses the behaviours of children and what they do and how they cross roads? I understand Council has commissioned traffic management advice. I'm not a traffic management expert myself, but what I do have is 15 years of lived experience of the behaviours of hundreds of thousands of children as they enter and leave Luna Park, and seeing how they move around the forecourt as they travel towards a number of different road intersections. Kids are taught to stop at a curb, to look right, look left, look right again. This is basic road safety training that we drill into our kids so that it is safe for them when they step off a footpath. My concern is that without a curb, this basic road safety training may not kick in with children. Without a curb, without a physical and visual barrier between the footpath and the road, I feel children will not understand that they are moving from a safe pedestrian footpath and onto an unsafe vehicle road area. And it's also possible that some adults may also need these cues. My last question, if you could allow me, is Can Council confirm when works will commence? Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I'll just defer to Anthony Trail. Anthony, are you able to answer some of those questions?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. Couple of questions there. The first one was regards to, will Cavell Street look like a road? I can confirm the raised section of Cavell Street will be charcoal coloured concrete, similar to the asphalt either side, which will be a direct contrast to the pedestrian plaza pavers either side of that road. In regards to the width of the road, the minimum width you can have for a road is 2.5 metres, but this design will be 3 metres, so that allows for truck movement and it to feel more like a road through that section. The question around children accessing that section of the area, the bollards that we'll be installing as part of the hostile vehicle management act as a proxy curb from benchmarking to other sites. That's where people wait to cross the road, and knowing that the coloured road is a different colour, they will see that as a contrast and know that is a shared zone and road section. This is also an advantage for us around accessibility movement all through those areas. In regards to timing of works, I can confirm that they will not start before Easter, and we will be engaging with all of the traders around there about ideal opportunities to deliver that works and explore whether there's some opportunities to go earlier based around COVID restrictions. But as a minimum, they won't be impacted in the summer unless the traders feel it advantageous for us to do so.
Thank you. Mr. Trail, the information about how children are taught to look right, you look left, are you confident that it looks like a road, given the alteration in colours, that children will be able to identify it as such?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we are comfortable for the two reasons. One, the bollards will act as the curb and the point where children and adults both look left and right, because they will see the contrast in the road. This is also similar to nearby Ackland Street, where we don't have a curb and a different road surface to pavement. So it's quite common in the area, and the slow traffic through the area of 10 kilometres an hour is also a mitigation to that point, in fact.
Thank you, Mr. Trail. Now, I'll now call upon Helen Halliday, please, and she's also asking a question during public question time. Welcome, Helen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The question that I would like to ask relates to the recently released Public Spaces Draft Strategy. This identifies a historic deficit in the Eastern Kilda area of 5% open space only. This is the area east of Brighton Road and St Kilda Road. The solutions offered within that report are trivial and inconsequential. And we need an immediate and long-term plan for this area. It, of course, also beggars belief that our most prestigious major highway, St Kilda Road and Brighton Road in that area, is not mentioned, though the need to revive it from its current parlour state must be apparent to all. In response to these apparent deficiencies, PCAN has put forward a proposal which we would like the officers and the councillors to look at for their information and, more importantly, action. We have proposed the adoption of a green line as being a key component. This uses land alongside the railway line, which is currently derelict or unused. As a matter of urgency, would like the senior management to stop discouraging community effort in the first instance and offer your support to a staged approach to address this deficiency. It should be done now and without delay, and we would like to ask particularly the senior officer, maybe the CEO, to suggest ways in which this action can be taken, especially the adoption of a green line proposal.
Thank you, Helen. Right on time. I'd like to ask Damien Dewar, please. Mr. Dewar, if you could answer those questions.
Through you, Mayor, thank you. We have received PCAN's submission, and we do acknowledge that in the public space strategy that St Kilda East is an area which is deficient in public space, as Ms Halliday notes. Through the public space strategy, there are a number of potentially new public spaces which are indicated within the action plan. Council also has a longer term plan to look at land acquisition within there to redress this deficiency, but acknowledge that there is a process that we'll need to go through to make any such purchase, and that will take time. So that some of these things aren't immediate and short term, much as PCAN would like some of those things. In relation to the Green Line, we know that, and we've heard from PCAN and residents over a number of years, their keen interest in the rail reserve. We note that most of that land is outside of council control, and there are operational and contamination issues that relate to that. We have put members of PCAN in contact with VicTrack at various times in relation to proposals for that area. We'll continue to have those conversations with them to try and see if we can come to some kind of resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dewar. I'd now like to call upon Janet Rosenberg, please, speaking also to public question time. Welcome, Janet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. I'm Janet Rosenberg, and I'm here representing not only the Ackland Street traders, but also Fitzroy Street and Port Melbourne traders. We are again requesting council help for businesses in our precinct to help us all survive this continued lockdown. We appreciate that council has waived the footpath trading fees until December 2020. We now request this help be extended with a further waiver of those footpath trading fees until June 2021. This will give some continued support to traders and show the council is aware of the pain the businesses in our community are in. With regard to extending footpath trading spaces, we are asking for a streamlined process for traders to be able to obtain the necessary permits to enlarge their footpath trading space. We need to be able to go to one single person or department in council who has the power to simplify the process for our beleaguered traders to quickly extend their trading space. This includes the liquor licensing requirements. We need a simple online process covering all the compulsory conditions to be able to start extended trading outside quickly. Ideally, it should be done through just one application. This will allow traders to increase their trade, maintain social distancing, and at the same time let the community feel safe so they are happy to patronise the local businesses. As Dan Andrews said this week, we want as many people seated in as quick a time as possible, utilising public space that has never been on offer previously. Both council and traders will be given funding from the state government to introduce these outdoor programs, so I'm sure there will be many applications. It would be beneficial to both council and the traders if there was a process that was simple that could make this happen more easily than the current cumbersome, time-consuming system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janet. I'll ask Mr. Peter Smith to address that question. Thank you.
Thank you, and through Mayor, and thank Mr. Rosenberg for the question. In terms of the footpath trading fees, Mr. Rosenberg's right. They've currently extended to the end of December 21. We're aware of the trader group's requests, and when the new council forms, one of the first things we will do is a quarterly budget review process with them, and this request will be put into that process. So in November, the trader groups will have a decision from the new council around the extension of those footpath trading fees, and that request will be put alongside other emerging needs for economic assistance to our small businesses to the new council. In relation to the streamlined process for outdoor dining and parklets and expanded use, I've held a meeting this week. That process will be set up and communicated to all traders from early next week. There is an existing site, the Love My Place website, where traders can go and make sure the link for that is put on the website to apply now for these sorts of permits. And from next week, we'll have a single point of entry, and then a single person that works with those traders to take those ideas through to fruition as quickly as we possibly can. And that would include working where necessary to gain liquor licence permits, and we're indeed working with the state government and other intermetropolitan councils to get a streamlined liquor licensing approval process going with the state to support the outdoor dining processes. I think I've addressed the question, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Now I'd like to call upon Fraser Reid-Smith. He is speaking to item 7.1, which is the response to joint letter regarding inadequate vehicle parking, G12+, Domain Precinct Residents Group. Welcome, Fraser.
Many thanks. There can be no dispute regarding the substantial and negative impact that this proposal will have on the daily lives of local residents and businesses by making the provision of services much more difficult to obtain. There is no consideration in the officer's response regarding residents and businesses and of the practicality of how 25 proposed on-street parking spaces allocated to these people can realistically work in this restrained place. The officer's response states there's a deficiency of public space in the Domain Precinct. However, North Albert Road has easy access to hundreds of acres of green public open space within 100 metres of the street. This calls into question the need for converting so much of the existing Albert Road into an expanded Albert Road Reserve. So there's an opportunity to provide more car parking spaces than proposed, as well as having a very significant green open space in the large centre of Albert Road. Council officers also note the low use of off-street parking in large-scale residential buildings. This conjures up the image of making hundreds of off-street car parking spaces available. It is not as simple or straightforward as the officer's report makes out. It does not consider this issue from legal and security standpoints. On a more practical level, the size of many trade service provider delivery vehicles are far too large to fit into most underground car parks, in which regard I refer you to the photographic evidence in the submission. The officer's response fails to mention the likely loss of 720 car parking spaces when 2 commercial multi-storey car parks are redeveloped, for which planning permits have been approved. These are situated in Bowen Lane and Palmerston Crescent, literally a stone's throw from North Albert Road. So the reality is that 880 cars have been lost from the immediate area, not just 160. The council officer's response also understates the number of car parking spaces that will be removed from Albert Road. This is not 80, but 96. And the officers failed to mention that 15 of these will be dedicated to station-related vehicles, just leaving 25 for public use.
Please come to the end.
In the final analysis, Mayor, 25 public car parking spaces in a 300-metre strip of road lined by up to 2,000 apartments does not make any sense. This is a town planning nightmare waiting to happen. Council should reconsider. This should be referred back for reconsideration and clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Fraser. Now I'll call upon John DeBart, speaking also to item 7.1, the response to the joint letter regarding inadequate vehicle parking from G12+, Domain Precinct Residents Group. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm co-convener of the G12+ Domain Residents Group with representatives for about 5,000 people in the immediate area. The joint letter we submitted seeks replacement of the loss of those 120 utility car spaces to be removed as part of the Anzac Station development. These utility spaces service the tradesmen, professional and community workers who deliver services to the 2,000 residents in 6 residential towers and several commercial traders which front North Albert Road. The removal of these spaces will directly impact the essential living needs of the population of residents. One of the most dense areas of residential use in the Port Phillip municipality. Consequently, these services will not be able to be provided to these residents. The officer's response does not address the issue, but quotes rhetoric on rail and bicycle modes replacing vehicle use. We all want to reduce the impact of cars on our municipality. Many of us ride and enjoy bicycles, but our trade and service providers cannot, nor can they deliver by train. Representatives of residents prepared a comprehensive survey of the current use of these spaces by service providers. Extended to the 2,000 resident 6 towers, this alone measures parking use of 160 service providers per day. There's one existing planning permission for a new residential tower and 5 further sites likely to be developed in the future years. This will double the current population to 4,000 residents and double the demand for utility parking. The council has in many cases limited historic parking provisions within these buildings as part of permits because it was able to provide these on-street service spaces. The solution for North Albert Road and future approvals in this locale must provide the replacement of alternative service spaces before the removal of the existing spaces.
Please come to the end, John.
Okay. The officer's response does not address the report and the detailed analysis of the problem. We ask that the joint letter be referred again to departmental officers, this time for a solution and a replacement of these spaces, not an obfuscation. And the spaces must be replaced before they're removed.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon now Leonie King, who's speaking to item 12.1, the amendment C161 Port, which is the update amendment, consideration of submissions and requests to proceed to independent planning panel. Welcome, Leonie.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. So I'm responding to submission 125 of the amendment. I'm not looking, it's not a question as such, we're responding to Council's response. Got it? Okay, so our concern about this heritage overlay that is on the property in question is that there is evidence that the heritage value may have been overstated to give Council more tools to limit otherwise compliant building applications. At this point, I'll stress we're not seeking to develop or alter a property that we have owned for 20 years. We object to the government overreach. We recall comments made by Councillor Gross at our meeting in March 2019, where he indicated that Council was forced to use its heritage overlay powers to limit development. I'd like to stress he did not personally think this was a good thing. He was regretful about it, but he was frustrated that there was no other lever with which to do so. I felt like that was reflective perhaps of some practice that was in place. Secondly, whilst we sincerely appreciate Council's efforts with regards to mitigation efforts with Melbourne Water and upstream councils, we've observed that water still pools outside our property in heavy rains. Our property is among the lowest in Elwood. It's located at the mouth of Elster Creek, where it originally met the old Elwood swamp. And we are right in the pathline of where water overflow would come from the Glen Huntley Road culvert, which is in itself problematic as well. The culvert, I mean to say. So my observation is that the flood risk has not been mitigated and that it is still a matter of time before we have another major incident. Most likely it would be a combination of a king tide and major rain. And that was the experience in the recent flood events in 2011 and the likely flood incident, which we narrowly averted in 2017. Again, I'd like to stress we're not seeking to develop this property, but we question the veracity of the heritage significance and object to the overreach to have to apply for a permit to do something that we feel it's entirely legal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leonie. And now I'll call upon Sarah Horsfield, speaking to item 12.1, the amendment C161 to Port, which is the update amendment as well. Welcome, Sarah. Hello, Sarah.
Madam Mayor, sorry, we've been advised in the chat there, sorry, that this person is withdrawn, sorry.
Oh, thank you. All right, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I call upon Eugene Volovich, speaking to item 12.1, amendment C161 Port. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Eugene.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. So this is in relation to a property at 96 Grey Street, St Kilda, which is a large allotment with 4 units. And so basically, I'll just go through quickly the main points because time is brief. So we, as the owners, would say that the property has no intrinsic heritage value. Certainly in the report, council report, Mr. Helms, it's suggested that it has significant heritage value. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that building, but it's actually quite an unattractive sort of standard Edwardian set of townhouses, single unit townhouses, which are fairly run down and pretty much altered in many, many ways over the years. The alterations to the buildings, which are sort of modest Edwardian, 4 modest Edwardian units, are fully enclosed. The original balconies, so fully rebuilt, replacement of original roofs, erection of a high brick fence and gates, which make the property basically invisible from the streetscape. Significant internal fencing and courtyards, noting that one of the heritage items that Mr. Helms pointed to in his report was a shared internal courtyard, which was somehow unique for the time or that particular development. So that is now completely gone within the development. External painting of all the buildings and other significant alterations, which basically, I guess, make it a hodgepodge of various renovations over its long history of the buildings. Other factors apart from what we say would be lack of heritage is that 96 Grey Street is a very large allotment of 900 square metres in general, currently in the general zone.
Please come to the end, Eugene.
Yeah, so it has significant development potential with many of the surrounding buildings being seven-storey high-density developments and public housing with off-street parking, etc. So we would say there's no balance between locking up something which is a very significant potential public housing site for very limited, if any, heritage value.
Thank you very much, Eugene.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. I'd like to call upon Peter Holland, please. Peter, speaking to item 12.2, St Kilda Marina proposed new lease agreement response to submissions. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief, but I would like to start by congratulating the Mayor on doing a great job for her community over the term of office. Last meeting, I raised the issue of the substantial rent proposed under the Marina lease and suggested that a substantial part of that be hypothecated to fund a future bridge. I said this was consistent with Section 6 of the St Kilda Land Act. Now, this hasn't been discussed in the officer's report tonight, and I was hoping that a councillor would ask an officer to comment upon it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Holland. I appreciate that. Now call upon John Edgley, please. He's also speaking to 12.2, St Kilda Marina proposed new lease agreement. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Boss. Good evening, everyone, councillors and council officers. As the CEO of the Australian Marina Development Corporation, I'd like to thank the council for considering our proposal for redevelopment and operation of the St Kilda Marina. I represent the owners of AMDC. They're 3 Melbourne families, all with global business and all with a long-standing connection to St Kilda and the Marina. 2 are active tenants in the Marina today, which is how we got involved a few years ago now. And we all feel very privileged to have made it this far in the process. It's a very significant site, and it's certainly an extremely important part of the fabric of the local community and a key role in supporting local and regional boating. And we're very passionate about making a meaningful change in the site and delivering something that's exceptional for the City of Port Phillip. We really believe that our proposal will deliver against the vision and objectives that were set out for the site and that were developed with the community. And we're achieving all of the mandatory criteria that are in the site brief that was presented and many of the discretionary criteria. There are so many benefits of this program beyond the pure financial in terms of social, environmental, cultural, economic. We've got a wealth of development experience, and there are tremendous benefits that are being built into this program that I think are extremely progressive and really set up for a fantastic working partnership with us and the City of Port Phillip and with the community. We've closely followed the community engagement and feedback, particularly recently that's happened after the process entered into the intention to lease, and we've taken on board all the significant community interest and willingness to be engaged as we get into a role of being able to take on public comment, public consultation in the refinement of the design. There have been plenty of concerns raised that we've heard recently about the functionality of the boat ramp particularly, and particularly as it relates to trailer sailors. And so we're confident we can address all of those. Removing the hard stand really is just part of delivering an outstanding and balanced position between public activation and the use of the site as a marina, and that does constrain some of the ongoing and difficult transition periods we're going to have to go through, but we feel that by engaging fully with the Melbourne Trailable Yacht Club, with the boating community, the existing tenants, we can really deliver significant benefits to them, access to community facilities, and enable their clubs to continue and thrive. So in closing, I'd just like to say thank you again for the opportunity to partner, for having us involved in the process this far, and we're really looking forward to engaging further with the community and delivering something exceptional for the city.
Thank you very much, John. I now call upon Jeremy Blackshaw, speaking to both items, Linden New Art 2020 funding deed and also item 14.5 proposed tenancy agreement, Linden Art Gallery. Welcome, Jeremy.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, councillors and council officers, I'm Jeremy Blackshaw, the Chair of Linden New Art at 26 Ackland Street in St Kilda. Linden's funding deed and lease are before you tonight for consideration. On behalf of our board and Linden's very hardworking staff, I speak in favour of approving these items. I joined the Linden board 5 years ago. I'm a lawyer by profession and joined because of Linden's outsized reputation as a contemporary gallery and supporter of the arts, both in the city of Port Phillip and beyond. I'm a firm believer in the power of art and its importance to the cultural fabric of the community. Linden's board is equally committed to Linden and provides a diverse array of skills and expertise from the arts, philanthropy, education and business sectors. Negotiation of this lease and the funding deed began in October last year. Discussions on both sides have essentially been guided by the principle of moving beyond the traditional 2 to 3 year funding cycle to a longer term partnership with council, which will permit Linden to deliver more exceptional outcomes and opportunities for the community. As is noted, we'll continue to negotiate on assuming responsibility for maintenance of the building. This is important for the governance of Linden and will ensure we can test the market and be sure it represents best value for both Linden and for council. Council's approval of this funding deed and lease is going to provide a stable and secure foundation for the organisation. I can assure everyone at this meeting that we'll continue to work hard to secure supplementary funding that's required to support our work. Since March this year, during the difficulties of the current environment, we've secured $28,000 from Creative Victoria through its organisational investment program and $25,000 in donations from our family of supporters. We've also applied for a further $130,000 from other sources. 2020 has thrown up more than the usual challenges, but the Linden team has adapted quickly and has found innovative ways to continue to serve the community. We'll continue to adapt and evolve to provide exceptional art experiences in real life and virtually as circumstances allow, and we achieve all of this with a remarkable team of 4.4 full-time equivalents. Our powerhouse director, Melinda Barton, is also going to speak in favour of this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. I now call upon Melinda Martin, as you've already heralded, speaking to both the items on Linden tonight. Welcome, Melinda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors, Mr Smith and council officers. Tonight I appeal to you to approve the lease and funding deed. Your approval will allow us to continue to fulfil our mission and serve the community rather than exhausting resources on additional funding applications. At Linden, we stage exceptional exhibitions by leading mid-career artists. We attract thousands of visitors to St Kilda, which in turn supports the businesses that surround us. We're an important part of the fabric of St Kilda and the City of Port Phillip, both as a cultural institution and as a driver of economic growth and social connection. This funding agreement will have multiple short-term impacts. It will enable us to try new things, to adapt, to learn and grow. We are turning our COVID experience into an opportunity to extend our audiences online, increasing digital and, in time, physical visitation. This funding will help the community to feel safe in our space. We'll present programs in languages other than English to reduce the barriers to participation among our multicultural community. It will furnish us with actionable insights, deepen our understanding of the needs of audiences to enable us to tailor our programs to them. We'll celebrate the 30th birthday of the Linden Postcard Show. There's an urgency to bring people together to connect over art and build confidence in the community after an incredibly challenging year. The funding will also have longer-term impacts. It's an investment in Linden's capability to deliver engaging exhibitions by mid-career artists, physically and online. It will allow us to invest in the capabilities of our team. And it's an opportunity for Linden and Council to work together to deliver exceptional outcomes in partnership. Now more than ever, art has the power to bring people together, and we believe this funding will help us to do that. We're excited about our future. We hope that you will support this funding deed and lease so we can be back in 10 years' time, celebrating all the great things we've achieved together. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. I now call upon Tamara Youngworth, speaking to both items as well, but on Gasworks this time. 13.3 Gasworks Art Inc. 2020 funding deed and item 14.4 proposed tenancy agreements, Gasworks Art Park. Welcome, Tamara.
Through you, Mayor. Tamara has yet to arrive into the conference, so I ask that you continue through the list of speakers and we will let you know when she arrives. Thank you.
Okay, all right, not a problem. So I'll call upon Brian Dempson, speaking to item 14.9, the annual report of the Audit and Risk Committee 2020, and Brian is the Audit and Risk Committee Chair. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In your papers, councillors, is the FY20 annual report of the Audit and Risk Committee, which, as you know, is an advisory committee to the council. The report summarises the committee's activities in financial control, internal control, risk management, business continuity planning, internal and external audit, and compliance. It does also detail some other performance administrative matters. I would like to recognise the contributions of councillors Voss and Gross during the year, but also my fellow independents. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dempson. Councillors, I will allow any questions at this time if you have any. I'm not seeing anything. No. Thank you, Mr. Dempson. Thank you very much.
Please. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Kirsty, has Tamara come on yet?
Not as yet, Mayor.
Okay. So we'll keep going. So, councillors, we've received a further 7 submissions and they're going to be read out on behalf of the members of the public tonight. And I'll call the name of each member of the public and refer to the Coordinator Governance to read a summary of submissions. And a copy of all statements will be published in full on Council's website tomorrow. And first up, Adrian Jackson of Middle Park.
Through you, Mayor, Adrian Jackson's question reads, can Council give an update on the resident petitions from previous Council meetings for playground equipment on nature strips?
Thank you. Ms. Rosick, are you able to address that question, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, I'd be happy to. In regards to the work that's been undertaken since the 2 petitions have been received, council officers have sought some legal advice in regards to what measures or actions we can take to enable swings on nature strip trees. And that advice does support that with the current local law and nature strip policy, which is incorporated, we can't facilitate that activity at this stage, but that Council has the opportunity to review its nature strip policy and local law and identify opportunities and conditions whereby we could potentially permit that activity, and then make changes to the policy which would require endorsement by Council and also to the local law. So we have been working busily and come up with some few opportunities, and we'll be presenting that to the new Council once we've explored those opportunities a little further.
Thank you, Ms Rozek. Adrian Jackson again, at Middle Park.
Through you, Mayor. Adrian Jackson, second question reads, councillors' images on the webcast are too small, distorted or dropping out. Can Council fix it?
Kylie Bennett, please.
Through you, Mayor, there are many factors that can impact on the quality of the video and audio of council meetings for members of our community. These factors can include the council systems and equipment for live video streaming, and the equipment and internet connection for each councillor when they're dialing in, but also from each viewer and member of the community. With respect to the size of the images of councillors, it's certainly very important that our community can clearly see each councillor, but we also use a significant proportion of the available screen to transmit details of the item being considered and the particular motion being debated by councillors, and this impacts on the size that councillors will appear on the screen.
Thank you, Ms Bennett. And now I'll go to item 7.1, which is the response to joint letter regarding inadequate vehicle parking G12 plus Domain Precinct Residents Group. David McGowan.
Through you, Mayor, the submission reads, I am alarmed and very disappointed in the officer response to very detailed and persuasive submission made regarding the future impact on North Albert Road residents and businesses caused by the current Anzac Station built form outcomes. Under car parking supply, the officer refers to the council submission supporting conversion of roads and car parking into public space, improving the public realm community space. What a shocking misrepresentation of the outcome. Firstly, who should council ensure benefits most with respect to the public realm and community space? Surely it is the community in the immediate area, namely the residents and businesses, including officers that are in that area, in this case North Albert Road. Secondly, the built form station legacy has already turned 6 metres of the widest part of original Albert Road reserve green space into hard space due to the size of the interchange. In addition, the design proposes to turn more of the remaining widest part into hard pavement to accommodate commuters and infrequent gatherings. Thirdly, adjacent to the new reserve, space is provided for drop-offs, buses and work vehicles associated with the station, an influx of vehicles to what was a local area with substantial parking capability to service the local community. The officer's submission draws attention to VC 148, the removal of statutory requirements re visitor parking in view of the limited parking in the area more broadly and the impact of C107 outcomes in terms of development density. There is no reason why council cannot continue with a requirement to provide visitor spaces in all new developments and win the argument at VCAT. The draft public space comment ignores the close proximity of Albert Park Lake and the Shrine and surrounds, very popular inclusions in developer supporting documentation suggesting the lack of need for private open space in developments in the area. The fact that Anzac Station supports the Move, Connect, Live strategy of council is of no consolation to the residents and businesses, the community in the immediate area.
Thank you very much. Now we'll go to item 12.1, Amendment C161 Port, consideration of submissions and requests to proceed to independent planning panel. Daniela Greenwood.
Through you, Mayor, the submission reads, I am the owner-occupier of a unit in the complex of 58 to 60 Queens Road, Melbourne. My apartment is described as mid-20th century modern. The building, parking and grounds are a landmark in the local Port Phillip community. I am so proud to own this little piece of Port Phillip history. When I explain to friends and colleagues where I live, they invariably say something like, oh, that one, it is beautiful. Yes, it is beautiful, and I purchased it a few years ago with an understanding that I would be the steward of a very special landmark. Although it was not officially recognised at the time, I absolutely assumed that the building and stunning grounds were to be protected. I am in strong support of the proposed heritage overlay for the complex at 58 to 60 Queens Road, Melbourne. Unfortunately, I've not been actively involved with the body corporate, and so my full support for this proposal has not been officially registered. I want to state for the record my full support as an owner-occupier of the proposed heritage overlay. End of submission.
Thank you. And now Finlay McRae.
Through you, Mayor, the submission reads, I write to support the heritage listing of the Charles Young built functional style buildings at 55 to 60 Queens Road, Melbourne. Melbourne continually risks losing its heritage, history and architectural legacy without the protection afforded by heritage listing. None of us want to pass on an environment that has little to recommend itself to future generations through a policy of tear down and rebuild that inevitably follows sites not so protected. I would applaud the City Council with my vote, at least if it does so vote. End of submission.
Thank you. And now under the same item, Paul Simmons, please.
Through you, Mayor, the submission reads, this is a statement in opposition to the adoption of that part of Amendment C161 concerning the properties located at 58, 59 and 60 Queens Road. Of the almost 150 submissions made in respect to this amendment, the overwhelming number were with respect to these three-story properties, and of those submissions with respect to these properties, all but 3 were in support. It is indeed interesting that one can surmise from the albeit heavily redacted submissions published by Council that virtually all of these submissions in favour of the amendment come from owners in the Eve apartments on St Kilda Road, which quite simply are immediately behind the properties at 58, 59 and 60 Queens Road, with those owners on the west side of the building having an unobstructed view over Albert Park Lake and the bay. While some of these submissions are on the grounds of the intrinsic aesthetic architectural worth of the properties and surrounding gardens, a number of submissions are not so coy and make it clear that their real concern is the potential development of these properties would lead to a loss of view for these owners on the west side of the building. I do not believe that it is the intent of the heritage overlay system for it to be used by disaffected individuals to stifle potential development, and for this reason alone these submissions should be discounted. Further, as an owner of an apartment at 58 Queens Road, I can tell you that the well-maintained buildings and nicely manicured gardens that some submissions speak of come at a hefty financial cost. These are 80-year buildings with very poor plumbing, $30,000 annual cost for repairs and maintenance, ageing and leaking tiled roofs, garden maintenance at $26,000 per annum, and replacement of windows which have to be individually designed and fabricated, costing $6,000 each. It is not fair on existing owners that they will be put to such large and growing financial outlays in the future to maintain the building and surrounds.
Thank you very much. Now we'll go to the St Kilda Marina. So item 12.2, St Kilda Marina proposed new lease agreement response to submissions. First up, Peter Tanner.
Through you, Mayor, Peter Tanner's submission reads, point 1, additional structure northern end of peninsula. There is an additional proposed structure at the northern end of the peninsula. In the council response to my query on this issue, it is stated this addition at the end of the shed will provide visual interest to the site when viewed from the north and is located ideally to service the marina requirements. particularly the Australian Volunteer Coast Guard in terms of surveillance and access. As a resident located at the northern end of the Marina, it does not contribute to residential visual interest, and I don't understand how such a structure aids in surveillance and access, as an equivalent type structure has not been needed over the past 50 years. I would note that the Peninsula Shed footprint is proposed to be approximately 240 metres in length. To suggest that a structure at the northern end will add to visual interest when the alternative is Greater Bay views is doubtful. I also don't believe that this structure is consistent with the Port Phillip Planning Scheme, St Kilda Foreshore Area Policy, Section 22.09-2, objectives to maintain and enhance views and vistas, and where appropriate, create new views and vistas. Point 2, public boat ramp. The community surveys completed by the council showed that participants were predominantly in support of ramp relocation. I have previously noted my concern for the safety risk of the proposed location being located between and alongside the large Riva restaurant and Civic Heart, which will host several events per year. The reply I received from the council officers did not mention the proximity to the restaurant and to the Civic Heart, nor did it address the benefits of relocation, being close to the marina entrance, away from high activity, being close to dry stack service, and being close to the fuelling. As a marine licence holder and regular trailer boat launcher, the last thing I want is to incur a busy area that places added stress with this activity. That would increase the likelihood of mistakes resulting in accidents.
Thank you. No, that's the end of submissions that you're reading on behalf of submitters, but we have Tamara back, or it has arrived. So I'd like to welcome Tamara. Tamara is speaking to the Gasworks items. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much, everybody. Normally, we're all together in the same room, so this is a little strange. I'd like to speak to the collaboration between Gasworks Arts Park and City Port Phillip Council that sits behind items 13.3 and 14.4, the Gasworks Arts Park funding deed and lease. And the collaboration spread far and wide across many items. Firstly, I'd like to thank the council officers involved in preparing the documents with us for many months now. So I'd like to commend Emma Murdoch and Paul Callahan for their really efficient and straightforward and reasonable work behind the scenes. And I'd also like to, of course, thank the councillors for their support of our most recent capital upgrade, which was the new theatre seats. And I'm very sorry that COVID's come along and meant that we couldn't do a private tour with you. But as soon as we're allowed to have indoor gatherings, we absolutely will show you, because it's magnificent. It's absolutely beautiful. And it expands our seating, gives the audience a better view, greater comfort, and gives artists 5 different seating setups to mount their performance. So it's the most flexible, most beautiful theatre of a mid-size in all of Melbourne now, and we're very, very pleased. So I can't wait to share that with you. Another great collaboration we've just finished is the new Gasworks Arts Park main sculptural gate, which is a botanical work of sculpture which was 50% funded by council and 50% funded by Gasworks donors. And it was prepared by one of the Gasworks Arts Park resident artists, Benjamin Storch. So that's something everybody can see on their morning walk at the moment. And that's a great collaboration. We look forward to hosting some COVID pivot outdoor events this summer, including outdoor exhibitions, outdoor theatre and outdoor circus. So we're very, very excited about the future, even though we're dealing in the COVID environment, and we look forward to working with council on the coming park remediation and park upgrade. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Tamara. Okay, that's the end of public question time and submissions. Thank you. So we'll move now to councillor question time. And councillors, do you have any questions to ask of the officers? I might kick off actually and ask a question about the swings to Lily Rosick. Just a little bit more detail, if I may. Ms. Rosick, around the timeline, and also I wanted to know why wasn't it possible that this item came back for decision by this council? If you could just outline that a little clearer, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, for the second part, we needed to get legal advice was the reason why it's taken a little longer, and the lawyers need to consider our nature strip policy and our local law, and so unfortunately that has taken a little bit of time, and we've also needed to have internal meetings with key staff to understand what the issues are in terms of management of swings on trees. So we would have loved to have bought it sooner, but unfortunately we only got the advice a day ago, so apologies for that. In regards to the time frames, the two options that have been identified, one is to review council's nature strip policy, and the other option is to amend council's local law. The first option with advice is that if council chooses to amend the nature strip policy, there would need to be a little bit of time taken by officers to determine what needs to be included. Then there'd need to be a consultation process undertaken, and then the document would need to be endorsed by council, and then we would need to publish a notice in the Government Gazette. So it could take a few months to achieve that. And amendment of the local law, if council chooses to do that as well, it could take an extra couple of months due to the statutory processes. Council officers will bring further information to the new council in regards to the process and a bit more clarity around timelines.
It's great that the public playgrounds are now open, so perhaps there's a little less reliance on this, but it does sound like we're party poopers. I'm just wondering, is that really what we're trying to do here, or are we really trying to work with the community to work out a solution?
Through you, Mayor, we are definitely trying to come up with a good solution. I know I can't really speak for other councils, but I don't know of any that have undertaken as much effort as the City of Port Phillip officers in regards to identifying alternative solutions. There are risks to council for the damage of the asset, but more importantly, if someone misuses the swing that someone wanted to install for their children to have some fun and then were severely injured, or the council could be liable for that, as well as the person suffer injuries. So we really are trying to fulfil the obligations under the Local Government Act and come up and present council with some recommendations to facilitate the greater good for the community. We're not trying to be to block anything, and I know through our placemaking team and economic team, growth team, we're looking at opportunities to activate public spaces and provide additional opportunities for the community to recreate in our local streets and neighbourhoods.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crawford, you've got a question. Can't hear you. Do you want to just... No. We'll go to Councillor Pearl and then we'll come back to you, Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Two quick questions tonight. Just wanted to get an update on how we're travelling with de-greening the gutters in Bay Street, or working towards getting those gutters on Bay Street in the awnings that, if that's the right word, Councillor Brand will correct me if I'm not, but the overhanging awnings there at the street level in terms of cleaning the trees and grass growing out of the gutters.
The roof gutters, yes. Lachlan Johnson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Unfortunately, Councillor Pearl, I don't have that information at hand, so I'll have to provide an answer for you on how we're going with reaching out to the owners to remove that material after the meeting. Sorry about that.
Okay, that's fine. If I could ask a follow-up question on something else, Mayor Voss?
Yes, of course.
I just want to get some more detail on the footpath trading permits. Now, I know a lot of questions have been answered already on it, but they don't seem to have many specifics around it. So I'll ask two questions, which I assume will be taken on notice, but it'd be interesting to put this as a metric even in the CEO report moving forward. So what is the current backlog of footpath permits that are outstanding, awaiting approval or otherwise, or awaiting consideration? And what's the average approval time or decision time on footpath permits at the moment? Obviously, I'm getting inundated with calls literally this week. I think I've had 14 or 15 calls from people like the Rising Sun Hotel in South Melbourne, Hunky Dory's in Port Melbourne, all around the city, asking what they need to do to satisfy council requirements, etc. And we, as recently as today, we seem to be getting mixed reports from officers to those people in terms of pretty simple questions. So what's the size of the current backlog and what's the average approval time?
Ms. Rosick, is that, or Mr.
I'm happy to take that. Madam Mayor, Councillor Pearl, I wouldn't describe it as a backlog. Some have come in very, very recently since the Premier's announcement. I understand that we're managing somewhere around 30 requests at the moment. So I briefed Council today. We are setting some target approval times. I think world best practice is in San Francisco, where they're turning around about 72 hours. I hope we can get close to that. But we will take on notice the target times. We're still working out the process, but it certainly won't be weeks, it will be days. And part of the process we'll be putting in place will be tracking. So a tracking system to track all requests, track approval times, and I would be happy to provide an update on that in the CEO report or separately. The most
good answer. Thank you very much.
That back to Council.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Councillor Crawford, how are you going to that microphone?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh dear. Okay. My question is in regard to Elstonwick Park North. The community has noticed, there's been a little bit of action happening there, which is very exciting given our council's support of the park. I was just wondering if you could, if I could get an update of where discussions are at with our, with Bayside and Melbourne Water in regards to some of the outcomes, achieving the outcomes that we are supportive of, including flooding and mitigation in Elwood. And can I also confirm that there is money for that towards that commitment that's in the budget, our 10-year budget?
Thank you. Ms. Rosick?
Through you, Mayor, yes, I'll be happy to provide that. I'm pleased to say that there have been a number of meetings between the CEOs of both council and Melbourne Water in regards to the flooding mitigation outcome that we're hoping to achieve at the Elstonwick Park Nature Reserve. And Bayside have indicated that they're very committed to the project and that the design for the first stage of works, a chain of ponds, is underway, with site preparation works commenced and construction due to commence late to this year or early next year. And the works for the additional stages, including the wetlands, which would achieve the flood mitigation, are dependent upon further funding. And as I've said, we've had some conversations with Melbourne Water, and I'm, as the responsible authority for planning and delivery of flood management and drainage services across the region, which includes the Elster Creek catchment. And they've indicated that they've recently completed a business needs identification business case to progress some options for flood mitigation in that area. And they'll be doing some further studies and to develop a full business case, and that they'll continue to work with our council and the other key stakeholders in the development of that business case and to progress that for funding for the most preferred flood mitigation option. We're not sure what that will be at this stage, but we know that Melbourne Water are exploring two primary options. In terms of council funding, council has previously committed to co-funding, as you know, through council's resolution based on achieving the outcomes and Bayside providing an evidence-based assessment of achieving those outcomes. And Council's endorsed Council Plan and Budget 2020 includes $1.16 million over 4 years to progress Council's efforts to reduce the impact of flooding and improve integrated water management in the Ulster Creek catchment. And this could include a contribution towards development and design of the Elsternwick Park Nature Reserve development.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Oh, no, there are none. That's good. Thank you. All right, well, we'll move on and we'll go to item 6 on the agenda, which is the sealing schedule. And councillors, we have no items for sealing on tonight's agenda. Item 7 is petitions and joint letters. And councillors, we have one joint letter on tonight's agenda, which is 7.1, joint letter response regarding inadequate vehicle parking G12+, Domain Precinct Residents Group. I'd like to ask if there are any questions that you may have on this report, councillors. I will ask a question then. First up, Ms. Rosick. In the recommendation, in the report that you recommend, I understand that, well, actually, I wanted to understand, I'll put it this way, what you base the suggestion on that we can't amend a planning scheme, or you don't recommend a planning scheme to be amended around the parking rates.
Okay. Through you, Madam Mayor, in regards to the parking, off-street parking and the planning scheme amendments, the Minister recently endorsed the VC 148 planning scheme amendment, which refers to visitor parking in developments that are 400 metres from major transport and in the public transport network map that the state government has. And because the fact that the developments in that vicinity are within that 400 metres to what will be the new station, but also other forms of public transport, the controls now remove the need to have visitor parking, off-street visitor parking, and asking the Minister to amend that to include off-street parking without sufficient evidence would likely not be successful at this time. And in regards to the DDO 26 planning scheme schedule, we also, Council, asked to have discretionary conditions changed to mandatory, and we were advised that from the Minister that was not possible, and that we would have to undertake a full planning scheme amendment process, and that related to the requirement to have loading bays in developments. However, I should point out that there is other provisions where planners consider the adequacy of loading and unloading facilities, but the actual changes to the DDO 6 would unlikely once again be successful. If we had some further evidence that would suggest that was inadequate, we might be able to try again. But given that the VC 148 is a state policy and trying to achieve state policy objectives of sustainable transport, without sufficient evidence, we would be unsuccessful. So that's why officers recommended that we don't pursue that route.
Thank you. Councillor Brand.
Yes, I would like to ask Ms. Rosic a question. I don't know, you might have to take this on notice, but the two commercial parking stations in the precinct have apparently been, there have been development proposals issued with planning permits at some time in the recent past. How many public car parks are there going to be lost to the area because of that?
Through Madam Mayor, that is quite a question that I don't have the information at this time, but I'm just going to check if a couple of council officers, John Bartels or Mr. George Borg, have that information, and if not, we'll take it on notice.
I apologise for not giving a forewarning on that one.
Through you, Mayor, in respect to the quantity of off-street parking contained within those commercial car parks that the speakers identified for redevelopment, I'm not sure exactly the exact number, but I understand that based on previous work and surveying, it is in the region of 400 to 600 car parking spaces within those multi-storey car parks. But again, I'd have to check and confirm those figures.
Thank you, Mr. Bartels. Councillor Pearl.
Very much. My question was in relation to those car parks that we've just mentioned there, and what modelling council has taken into account in terms of the overall loss to the total area of car parking. We're not short in green open space in this area, that's for sure. We are short of car parks. So with the removal of the 2 commercial car parks in the area of a loss of up to 600 to 800 potentially on what the residents have been saying, plus the significant number of loss on Albert Road, what modelling have we done to take into account our position, our bargaining position to the state government in terms of the needs of residents, current and future residents in this area?
Thank you, Ms. Rosick.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll start and then John Bartels can add some further information. In regards to car parking modelling, we have scheduled to undertake some off-street car parking analysis in 2021 to determine what other requirements parking needs for that precinct. So there will be work undertaken in the future to determine that based on the loss of that car parking and also the legacy design of the Anzac precinct. So that is scheduled to be undertaken in 2021 and also, in 21-22 financial year, I should point out, so that we can ensure that we can maximise the availability of off-street parking in that area. In regards to earlier modelling, I'll hand over to John Bartels to provide further information.
Through you, Madam Mayor, in terms of modelling, we haven't done specific modelling, but what we have in terms of, as part of developing the Domain Public Realm Master Plan, there was some studies completed in respect to parking and loading. And within that, one of them was looking at the use and provision of parking both on-street and off-street, both in supply and demand. And part of what they found is that although there was approximately 550 on-street parking spaces available within the Domain precinct, there was a significant number more, I think roughly 3 times more surveyed, sitting within off-street car parks, which were less utilised than the high-demand on-street parking. So part of it is reflective of the convenience and visibility of on-street parking, the demand shown there, as well as then indicating that the off-street car parking is currently underused, and that includes a combination of visitor, resident and loading parking as well. So that's the basis to this point, but as Ms Rosick outlined, the proposal is to do a review of parking within the precinct and then to look to use and optimise the parking available to best suit the various demands on that.
If I could ask a follow-up, Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much. It doesn't seem logical to me that you would do the analysis after you've already lost the car parks. So why wouldn't we do the modelling to determine the effect of the loss of the car parks before we actually made a submission advocating for the car parks to be removed, if that's the case? It doesn't seem logical.
through you, Madam Mayor, just to clarify, these are private car parks, off-street car parks. In terms of the availability of parking on street, that is dependent upon the design of the station, largely, and cannot compensate really for the loss of the off-street car parking. Some of those car parks, 80 odd, are not removed as yet, but will earmarked to be removed. We have some time once the legacy design is finalised to undertake the traffic and the parking analysis for on-street car parking and surrounds, and then if council wishes, look at opportunities to undertake a planning amendment. So the loss of those car parking won't substantially alter what happens on street because there's a limited supply of on-street car parking and the state government is committed to building that station.
Thank you, Ms. Rosick.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions? No, then I will ask if we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover for that motion or something different? I'm going to put up my hand before anyone does. I have an alternative motion I'd like to move. Thank you. So if I could just state the changes to the officer's recommendation, and then I'll ask for a seconder. So in addition there, so you can see in red, so strike out 3 and instead 4 requests council officers to advocate to Rail Projects Victoria and Cross Yarra Partnership for the retention of as many on-street parking spaces as practical on Albert Road in the legacy design without compromising the expanded Albert Road Reserve or safety for pedestrians and bike riders, and a staged approach to the reduction of on-street car parking as part of construction of Anzac Station and surrounds. Item 5 is requests council officers to research and identify innovative solutions that enable underutilised parking in buildings to be accessed by visitors and tradespeople subject to council resources and budget. Item 6 notes that the forthcoming consultation by Cross Yarra Partnership on an amended development plan for the Domain Precinct provides an opportunity for the community to provide feedback on the parking provision and design of Albert Road. Yes, and number 9, requests that council officers report the findings of the on-street parking review planned for 21-22, referred to in point 6, to council as an opportunity to consider whether this review provides sufficient strategic justification to commence a planning scheme amendment process to require on-street loading facilities and vary visitor parking rates. And then a couple of adjustments to 10, which is just to strike out soon after change, as is there, and put in the Port Phillip planning scheme without sufficient strategic justification. So that is my amendment. And Councillor Brand, you'd like to second that?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'll just quickly speak in particular to the amendments. And first of all, I wanted to thank John and Fraser and David for the original joint letter and also the comments tonight. This is an area, as we all know, councillors, that is in deep transition. It's absolutely at the thick of it there with the train station going in and the amenity changing on a day-by-day basis. I'm putting forward this alternative motion to, I guess, more adequately deal with the issue that has been raised with us in this joint letter. This motion asks the officers to go back and do a few more things. It asks to work to get and to keep car parking and reduce the car parking in a staged way. So rather than all at once cutting it off to develop the park, but do it in a staged way that sort of keeps the amenity there for as long as possible if we can. It also asks to review and understand the actual vacancy rates in the area and the need for service parking. We know just by anecdotal evidence, by what we've seen in the joint letter and also just by our own observations that, you know, there is a high need for service amenities there for tradespeople, for visitors, and it's not being met. But it is important that we gather the evidence and get the details right. I think all new developments absolutely need to be self-sufficient, and this is something we've been pushing forward, and we've been getting some small wins. Self-sufficient in that for all visitors, service vehicles and loading bays are all accommodated on site and don't rely on the public realm for what that building needs. This is a good step to change the planning scheme, so getting the evidence helps us build that story. And so while the G12 group has given us the good documentation, we need even more evidence and to get all of council on board, and particularly the new council, with sufficient justification. And lastly, I think there is an opportunity, and I don't have the answer here, but I'm sure we can work on it, to investigate some sort of innovative way to work out where the vacancies are in the buildings around there. We've heard and we've seen that a lot of the parking is not utilised, so maybe there is a way to do that. So I'm asking the officers to have a look at that, subject to budget, to see if we can help ease the pressure on the area. So that's my alternative motion. Thank you, councillors. David Brand, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much, Mayor Voss. Look, it seems clear to me that we need a better study and a better understanding of what the parking need is in this area, and not just in this area, but in the whole city generally. This is a very particular type of parking need. We're very focused on getting residents, giving them every possibility and encouragement to gradually reduce their amount of car usage and car ownership, and this has been, it's successful and it's really important, and that's the big picture, to get people's car ownership down by providing the other alternative means of transport than the car itself, and also just to be promoting public transport. These are the big pictures, but there is this one sort of in between use, which is like visitors parking, servicemen's parking, you know, all the essential service visitors and utilities that come and service our lives, tradies, medical, deliveries, just so many different parts of life that actually have to come by car, and it's a much more inelastic parking need than residents parking and general getting around sort of parking. It's fantastic for this area that the Anzac station is being built, so it'll take a lot of that load off of the need of people to have cars in the area and the need for people to drive there. But there is this everyday service type parking and delivery and loading bays and what have you that will not. It's inelastic. It's stuff which happens to everyday life to us all, and we're in this area which is growing rapidly. It's with an enormous density, and no matter what the effect of the station has, which will be significant, they're going to lose 600 or so car parks from the area because of the car parking stations are being allowed to be redeveloped, and you know there's just a whole lot. There's just an ever-increasing need. It has to be dealt with, and because it's essential to everyday life. So we need to look at that. I think it's pretty clear to me that we need to have an amendment to the planning scheme to get visitors parking back on the map of what we need to provide for. And as Ms. Rosic said, we pointed out that without the sufficient evidence we won't be able to argue for a planning scheme amendment, and we won't be able to change the DDO. So we have to go out and get the sufficient evidence before anything else. And I'm afraid that's where I sort of feel we are. And I hope that this motion will actually put in place the sort of study that can be done. It's important to include all of the potential resources for parking. That's on-street parking, and then the two sorts of off-street parking, which is commercial off-street parking and the parking off-street parking in the residential buildings themselves. They've all got to be seen as a resource. They've all got to be seen as needing to be rethought, re-understood and reorganised in innovative ways to make the best of this situation. But I think this is something which is urgent for us, particularly in this area, because it is such a densifying, high-density area. But it's important for the whole city to get this part of the equation right. So I'm very happy that Councillor Boss has moved this alternative or this amended motion.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. Councillor Pearl.
Very much. I'd just like to put an amendment, if that's okay. The officers have a copy of it, so if they just put that on the screen there for me. It's in relation to the alt motion that's been put up by Councillor Voss just for item number 3. So if you've got it there. Or item number 4, sorry.
So it will need to be reordered at some point, but anyway, we'll...
Yeah.
Are you able to...
So I'll just read through it if that's okay. The changes are that we're deleting in section 4 as many on-street parking spaces as practical and replacing with a minimum of 50 on-street visitor/resident/trader parking on the Albert Road in the legacy design, comma, delete without compromising and add the word complementing the expanded Albert Road Reserve, etc. Let me get my eyes tested again. I think we're good. Yep, that looks good.
Thank you, Councillor Pearl. Is that all the change? That's it? Okay, we'll ask for a seconder. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bond. Councillor Crawford, you have a question. I'll get the question asked before I get you to speak to it, Councillor Pearl. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
yep.
I can.
Okay, great. Thank you.
A bit of a whack.
I guess my question is it possible to have a minimum number given where we're at now? I'm not against trying to maximise it. I just wonder, is it feasible to name a number like that?
Thank you, Ms. Rosick. It's a clarifying question.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, councillors can ask for that and for our officers, to advocate for the retention of that minimum. If you want to know more information regarding where they're up to at the moment, Mr. Bartels can provide that, but I can't promise that they can achieve that. But if councillors wish to advocate for that, officers will do so.
Thank you. I might ask another clarifying question too. How many, is it 30 car parks that we are retaining? I just wanted to clarify the exact number. So we're asking for additional 20.
Through you, Mayor, I'll ask John Bartels, the head of the major projects for council, to answer that question.
Thanks, Lily. Through you, Mayor, at this stage, through the design process, we have been able to secure approximately 40 on-street car parking spaces within Albert Road as part of the legacy design. So in terms of what Councillor Pearl has proposed, in terms of 50, we'd be looking at an additional 10 to that number.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Pearl, you have a question.
Just a question of my own one. So of the 40, does that include the 15 allocated to the station?
Through you, Mayor, of those 40, this is approximate again because we are still in the design process with Cross Yarra Partnerships, but at this stage that 40 is a combination of roughly 26 1 to 2p parking spaces, and then the remainder are, part of those are accessible parking spaces, a number is taxi bays, and then there is a combination that remains of loading zones, 5-minute drop-off bays, and 1 bus replacement zone as currently proposed. But again, that is still subject to change through the design process and Council's resolution tonight.
Okay. So, Madam Mayor, if I could make a small but important amendment to my amendment, if the seconder would be so gracious, could I add the 2 letters or a number in a letter after 50 and put 2p? So, to be clear, this is an increase of 24 spaces in total.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Bond, is that okay with you? Yes, I can see you nodding your head. All right, thank you. So there's no further clarifications at the moment. Councillor Pearl, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thanks very much for the opportunity to put this to you. A few very quick points about why this amendment has so much value for the community that is living in this area at the moment and the community that's going to live there for decades to come ultimately. The first thing is we need to advocate for our community and the needs of our community, not just promote the state government's initiative. And by setting a target, a precise target about the number of spaces we practically, I'll use the word need, but we need more than this in some respects, but we can be very clear about the benchmarks we're trying to assess our officers against, about what we want them to go into the negotiation and achieve on behalf of our current and future residents. It's really difficult to process this in that we don't actually have a finalised design that we're trying to negotiate with. So it's an extraordinarily complex working environment to be operating under. The reason I've advocated for this increase is pretty simple. Of the designs I have seen, and we haven't seen detailed designs yet, but the green space is now so compromised under the proposal from the state government, there is just too much going on in this area to make it a workable, functioning reserve, and also a working, functional workplace and a place of general livability, which it has been in the past and it will be hopefully in the future with this amendment. There's not enough about service parking in this area, and this small adjustment of increasing the total spaces in this area by 24, which is quite small and easily doable within the current footprint, will ensure that we don't have all the traffic issues that we hate as councillors. Lorries parking on footpaths because they can't load buildings correctly. Having trader parking into buildings where they can park their utes and their vans to do renovations in those places. We're not talking about the people that will be parking there for months, etc. We're talking about the air conditioning repairman that needs to park somewhere for 45 minutes to change a utility unit on the 12th floor of a building, etc. There's simply not, the evidence dictates this, there's just simply not enough space and time for these sorts of activities to take place in the reserve, even if we improve the off-street parking arrangements, because of the fact that the state government has changed it. So even if we come up with a wonderful solution to allow trader parking in one of the buildings, 5 years from now, we're going to have almost 2,000 more residents living in this area, and the state government's actually reducing the amount of visitor parking in the area. So this at least gives some form of relief to the residents who live there now and live there in the future, and it gives our officers a real clear indication about what we expect them to deliver in the negotiations with the state government.
Thank you, Councillor Pearl. Councillor Bond, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, I wouldn't. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to Councillor Pearl's amendment? Okay, then I will put that amendment again under division, and I'll call upon each councillor for your vote. First up is Councillor Brand.
Against.
Councillor Copsey.
Against.
Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
Against.
Councillor Pearl.
For.
Councillor Simic.
Against.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
Against.
Councillor Bond.
For.
That motion has been lost. So it's back to the original motion, councillors.
Has it? Was it lost 4-5? Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Correct. It
Right.
was lost 4-5.
Thank you.
Councillor Voss has spoken, Councillor Brand has seconded the motion and spoken. Councillor Simic, you would like to speak?
Just very briefly, just to say that I didn't support the amendment to the amendment, but I support the amendment to the motion that Councillor Voss has proposed. I think it's well worded and respectful of current circumstances. I'm certainly really supportive of us advocating in this way, taking into consideration all of the other things that need to be considered with a big project like this, as the wording that Councillor Voss has proposed does. So thank you, Councillor Voss, for amending this officer's recommendation. I'm supportive and hope that this gets across the line tonight. And thank you to the G12 for representing their community so fiercely and bringing this to our attention and making it possible for us to discuss tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Simic. Councillor Pearl.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, for your amendment, alternative motion, I should say, rather. And I also want to thank the team at the G12 and the number of residents in this area who put together unequivocally the best joint letter submission in terms of evidence base that we've seen in our term of council. This information should be used to inform council's position moving forward. And it was a interesting read to see the absolute volume and increasing volume of tradespeople, the diversity of people that visit these buildings and the reason they're coming to visit as well. So thank you very much for that evidence base, which council will be losing its mind if we don't actually use that information, because as primary data, it doesn't get better than that. So thank you for providing us that information and the joint letter. I'll just use this opportunity to also talk to officers indirectly to say to officers, let's be very clear about what we're trying to achieve here with this precinct area and what we're trying to achieve for current and future residents here. My concern is that the Albert Road Reserve now is trying to do too much and achieving too little. We have a war memorial being put there, which is taking up a significant amount of space, which has a huge community value. That's true. We have an awkward station design around the Windsor Oak, which we're trying to retain. We now have a road splitting the reserve in two to provide service parking, and we've got reduced overall parking amount. So I think what we're ending up is almost a bastardised design whereby we don't get a functional space as a reserve, and we certainly don't get a functional space in terms of car parks. And this is all at the feet of the state government design team, and it's really incumbent upon our officers to go in there and achieve a terrific outcome. So if we were achieving a magnificent green space reserve, which was huge community benefit and amenity, it would be quite easy to go to the buildings and say, I'm sorry, you're only getting X number of car parks because of this increased benefit. The reality now is nobody's really getting adequate benefit of the adjustments to the reserve through parking, amenity, or leisure and recreation. What we are all getting is an amazing asset in terms of the train station. No one doubts that. But in terms of the design of the reserve, I think we need to be very clear as a council about what we're advocating for and go hard to achieve a brilliant, wonderful result instead of what I think at the moment is a busy, uncompromising result from the state government.
Thank you, Councillor Pearl. Would anyone else like to speak to the amended motion, alternative motion? If not, I won't close, so I'm going to put that motion under division and call upon each of you for your vote, please. Councillor Brand.
Sorry, I'm quite uncoordinated tonight. Councillor, that's me, 4.
Thank you. Councillor Copsey.
4.
Councillor Crawford.
4.
Councillor Gross.
4.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Thank you. Councillor Simic.
4.
Councillor Voss. 4. Councillor Baxter.
4.
Councillor Bond.
4.
Thank you. That alternative motion is unanimously carried. Thank you. Now, just check the time here because I did, foreshadow a break at 7:15, but I think we might be able to get there. Someone is typing. Can I ask you please to mute, councillors? Thank you. So we'll move to the presentation of reports. So councillors' reports 14.10, which is listed on tonight's agenda, which is called the placemaking delegations to the CEO, has been removed from the agenda by the CEO as it was no longer required. We have a significant number of items on tonight's agenda. In addition to the 18 council reports, we have 3 notices of motion and consideration of 4 confidential items. So to assist us in moving through the agenda efficiently, I've asked councillors to indicate which items they wish to speak to separately. And at the conclusion of considering these nominated items, the remaining reports for which no councillors wish to speak to separately will then be moved en bloc. I advise members of the public that the following reports will not be individually discussed by councillors and will be removed en bloc in a single motion at the end of consideration of reports. Those are tonight the following: 14.1, which is Assemblies of Councillors; 14.2, Notice of Intention to Lease or Finalise Think OTS, the Resolution Independent Proprietor Limited; 14.3, Notice of Intention to Lease or Finalise South Melbourne Community Chest Inc. Opportunity Shop; 14.4, Proposed Tenancy Agreements to Finalise Gasworks Arts Park; 14.5, Proposed Tenancy Agreement to Finalise Linden Art Gallery; and 14.8, Change to Planning Delegations, 22nd of October 2020 until the first sitting of the new Planning Committee. So if you're waiting for those, there's no need. No one will be speaking to those items later on tonight. So we will, however, ask questions and speak to the rest of the reports. So for each report, well, actually we'll start, I think we'll probably get through one report before we'll have a break. So we'll go straight to 9.1, which is St Kilda Esplanade Markets Annual Report. Councillors, are there any questions of the officers? There are no questions. Councillors, do we have a mover for the officer's recommendation or something else? Councillor Bond. Oh, you have a question, Councillor Bond.
Yes, I did, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for that. That's all right.
A bit late.
I guess it's a broad question for officers. At what stage of restrictions, when we start to come out of restrictions, do we envisage that the St Kilda Esplanade markets will be permitted to open?
Thank you. I ask Ms Bennett.
Through you, Mayor, officers will be monitoring very closely the requirements that are published by the Chief Health Officer, and we'll be looking to open as soon as we practically can in terms of those Chief Health Officer requirements. It's a little hard to indicate specifically when that will be, because we are very much guided by the state government, but certainly we know how important it is for our traders, our staff that support the Esplanade market, but also our community, that this really important fixture on the St Kilda agenda is open as quickly as it possibly can be, because it will be an important part of the recovery of our community at this time. So it's a little difficult to answer specifically, but certainly we'll be looking to open as soon as it's safe and legal to do so.
Thank you, Ms Bennett. Any further questions? Then I'll ask councillors, we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover for this or something different? Councillor Bond to move. Councillor Copsey to second. Thank you. Councillor Bond, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just very, very briefly, it's great to see this annual report. It's a shame what's happened to the market, but I think it's happened all across Victoria. Worth noting, this would have been the St Kilda Esplanade Market's 50th year, and we had big 50th birthday celebrations planned. So it's not just a normal season of trading at the market that's been lost. It's also a significant milestone for the market. So I'm not sure whether we have a big year next year for the 51st or we save it for the 55th. We'll look at doing something once we're back up and open next year. But yeah, congratulations to all the staff who are down there every Sunday at 6 a.m. I'm sure they love being down there at 6 a.m, 7 a.m. on a Sunday, reserving car spots for all the traders. They work really hard, and as a resident who lives across the road, I think they have been sorely missed. Just the atmosphere that market adds to St Kilda, the Upper Esplanade, every Sunday, as they have done for 50 years. So look forward to them getting back up and being running again very, very quickly.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Councillor Copsey.
No, thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Then I will put the motion again under division. First up, Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
That motion is unanimously carried. Thank you. Okay, then I know it's a little early, but I think we might actually break now, councillors, before we get onto the rest of the reports. So it's now 7:02 by my watch. We'll break for 15 minutes and we'll be back at 7:17 to commence our meeting. So thank you. All right, welcome back everyone. So we'll continue on with the council meeting agenda tonight. We'll go now to item 9.2, which is North Port Oval Election Commitments and Funding Agreement. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers on this item? No? Okay, then we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover for something? Yes, Councillor Pearl, you want to move the officer's recommendation. Do I have a seconder? I am happy to second that. Councillor Pearl, would you like to speak to the motion?
I will. I'll speak at the end if anyone else has got anything to say.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to welcome this agreement with the Port Melbourne Football Club. I think it's a brave move for them project managing, but it does make a lot of sense that that they have the skills and the ability to project manage this project. Council has a budget of $250,000 to deliver the community level lighting, but also welcome the money from the state and the federal government to boost that lighting to competition level. It's quite exciting actually, because North Port Oval is very unique in terms of broadcasting football. It's one of the only very few venues where the TV actually looks at the grandstand rather than broadcasting from the grandstand outwards. So it is very close to the city, and it gets a good view of a lot of people in the community while it's videoing the football. So it is quite a lovely spectacle, and of course with the upgraded oval there, it's going to look very nice. So very much welcome this commitment from the state and the federal government and the Port Melbourne Football Club to project manage the delivery of the upgraded rooms for changing in as well. So thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? If not, we'll hand back to you, Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much. Happy to commend this initiative. What we do hopefully focus on also is the last few words in 3.1. female amenity enhancements. What we don't want to have is we put infrastructure into turning this area into much more of a professional sporting arena that becomes more exclusive to sporting clubs and also professional sporting clubs around male participation. And lots of our sporting clubs are doing some wonderful things in terms of diversification of gender, but the amount of time, on-ground usage and match time being played on this oval, I'll be interested to see what the split was between males and females. So it's very important that council officers keep a check on and ensure that all agreements provide an equitable split between entertainment uses and cultural amenity uses also and recreation uses. So this is not closing this ground off to the public for it to become more of a pro-sport arena. This enhances the existing arrangements to the area and hopefully expands the use of the facility. And if that doesn't happen, it's not meeting the objectives of the lease agreements, etc., that council will set out. It's always good to see the state and federal governments coming up to par. I think it's fair to say that these sorts of funding arrangements in the future are going to become few and far between as the focus on those levels of governments moves to much more infrastructure projects. But hopefully there's still a few more to come. These projects add good value to our community, and I'm happy to support this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Pearl. Then I'll put that motion again under division, and I'll call upon each councillor for your vote. First up is Councillor Crawford. 4. Councillor Gross. Councillor Gross is not with us, I don't think. So, Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Thank you. Councillor Simic.
4.
Councillor Voss. 4. Councillor Baxter.
4.
Councillor Bond.
4.
Councillor Brand.
4.
Councillor Copsey.
4.
That motion is carried. Thank you. Item 10.1, which is Wayfound Victoria, Wayfinding Guidelines version 2. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers? No questions. So then we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover for that or something different? Councillor Brand, are you going to move this one? You're seconding. Okay.
Well, I just thought somebody might want to move it.
You can move. I'll second.
All right. Okay.
Good on you.
That'd be great.
All right, Councillor Brand, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I just want to speak briefly, but I really love this project a lot. I think it's one of the great design projects, and it's part of a much bigger suite of design and a much bigger tradition. It's a really beautiful system that we've got, that we're expanding and working with. It's an elegant system, and it's refined, and it's graphically just right for what it needs to be. And it builds upon a public service graphics tradition, which goes right back at least to the London Underground font and graphics package that was developed more than 100 years ago now, which is so famous, which just influenced the whole understanding of public wayfinding and a whole different respect for the public in the public realm and the way that the public realm is organised and designed for. So we're part of a really big tradition here, and it's in the tradition of all those really great public works of public service, like the great sewer system, the great water systems of the Victorian era. They are really astonishing achievements, which we're all very, very grateful for, if we think of them at all. You know, we barely ever think of them at all. So I could go on and on. I think it's a job extremely well done, and I'm really proud that we've been a part of it. And it's just a model for everything we do with our public infrastructure. The design spirit of this particular of the wayfinding suite is fantastic.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. I'll just briefly speak to it. I wasn't going to, but just want to say that this project originated 7 or 8 years ago from a basic request to get signage down at Station Pier effectively. It's ended up being quite a large project. It was undertaken by the IMAP councils, and it's being rolled out through all of Melbourne, and more councils are getting on board. So you're right, David, it started with the Legible London. It's being rolled out now in Melbourne, and potentially this will be rolled out and be common signage and understood as a standard really across Victoria, maybe even wider. So it is really important. Thank you. So I will now put that motion under division. Call upon each councillor for your vote. Councillor Gross. Not here yet. Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Thank you. Councillor Simic.
4.
Councillor Voss. 4. Councillor Baxter.
4.
Councillor Bond.
4.
Councillor Brand.
4.
Councillor Copsey.
4.
Councillor Crawford.
4.
Great. That motion is carried. Item 12.1 is next on the agenda, which is Amendment C161 Port, Update Amendment, consideration of submissions and requests to proceed to independent planning panel. Now, we heard a number of people speak to this earlier. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers? No questions are coming up. So, councillors, we have a question from Councillor Crawford.
I just wanted to clarify. So even though we heard speakers tonight, there is another stage for them to be heard again, aren't they? So just to make sure it's clear that this is to take it to the next stage where they can still have feedback.
Mr. Dewar, Damien Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. So this evening we're asking councillors to hear the submissions and refer this off to a panel. So there isn't an opportunity for council to address these submissions again until we consider the panel report.
And may I have a follow-up question?
Of course.
Mr. Dewar, I guess I was curious as to, I was under the impression that if flooding was an issue, there may be some room to move around heritage, like raising the building or things like that. Not that that's a cheap or whatever option. Does it preclude getting a heritage overlay? Does it preclude some of those necessary steps for a building to deal with flooding?
Through you, Mayor.
Thank you.
A heritage overlay does many things, but one of the things that it does, and perhaps which people most often misunderstand, is all it does is mean that it becomes part of what we assess when we look at the future of the property. So to be able to do something to a property, its heritage then needs to be considered. That doesn't mean, depending on its grading, that doesn't mean that properties can't be changed, amended, or even redeveloped. But as part of that process, its heritage needs to be considered if it's part of a heritage overlay.
And can I ask one more follow-up question? Sorry, Mayor. But most properties would have to get permits to make adjustments to their properties anyway. It's not an additional benefit. It's just an additional criteria.
Yes, that's correct. So it's one more thing. Sorry, through you, Mayor. Yes, it's one more thing that we have to consider then as part of the permitting process.
Thank you.
Ms. Bennett.
Through you, Mayor, I wondered if Damien Dewar wanted to explain the two pathways that are being proposed in this report. So there's a pathway for some elements of it in part 1 and a pathway for others in terms of part 2. I wonder if you could explain that, Damien.
Yeah. Excellent question.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to refer this to our Head of City Policy, Ms. White, if I may.
Through you, Mayor. So officers are recommending that Council split the amendment into two parts. Essentially, that would allow part of the amendment, which hasn't been contested through the exhibition period, to be adopted by Council at this meeting. And the part of the amendment where we've received objecting submissions would be referred to a planning panel. So essentially, the recommendation to Council is to split it into two parts.
Thank you, Ms. White. Any other questions, councillors? Then we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover for that or something different? Councillor Crawford to move. Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Baxter to second. Thank you. Councillor Crawford, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I just wanted to quickly say, this is a big job. It takes into another look at our heritage and sees places that we were not included last time. I know the process can be difficult for some, but it is also a part of the way that we capture the character that is so valued in this area. And so I am happy to support this because there is still opportunity for those people who are not in support of it, but it also protects the visual elements that we so much love living in the city of Port Phillip.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter.
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Brand. Can I take you off mute?
Oh, why not? Here we
there
go.
You go. Yep.
So I just want to reiterate what a huge task each one of these heritage amendments is, and it just takes so long. It's unbelievable. It takes longer than a council term quite often to get all of this sort of through. And I just want to emphasise the incredible depth of learning and skill that the officers who do these things actually have. They are an absolutely amazing resource in this council, and they do a brilliant job. And it's just, they do it just year in and year out. It's absolutely incredible. And what they hold in their head and what they actually organise on paper is profound. It's amazing. And the heritage protection that we all so love and enjoy in our city is, this is the engine room of its protection. So thank you to all of the people who've participated.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. Would anyone else like to speak? Then I will put that motion again under division. First up, we've got Councillor Pearl.
Favour.
Thank you. Councillor Simic.
4.
Councillor Voss. 4. Councillor Baxter.
4.
Councillor Bond.
4.
Councillor Brand.
4.
Councillor Copsey.
4.
Councillor Crawford.
4.
And Councillor Gross. Oh, I saw him a minute ago. Councillor Gross, are you here? No. That motion is carried. Thank you. 12.2, which is the St Kilda Marina, the proposed new lease agreement and the response to submissions. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers? Councillor Bond, first up.
Yes, just to take up Mr. Holland's question regarding the rental received by council for the St Kilda Marina. Mr. Holland made the comment that under the St Kilda Land Act, the rental received by the City of Port Phillip for the marina should be, I guess the word is quarantined for use for the St Kilda Marina, and I think there was a slightly broader usage for it as well. And he made the point that officers hadn't commented on his submission or that particular aspect of his submission. Could I invite officers to comment now and give us a response to Mr. Holland's point about the quarantining of rental for the St Kilda Marina?
Thank you, Councillor Bond. I'll ask Mr. Chris Carroll to answer that.
Through you, Mayor, I'll ask Joanne McNeil to do an initial response, and I'll fill in any additional detail if it's needed.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. So Mr. Holland is correct. The Act is very specific in its reference to funds generated from the site, that they can be either spent on the area relevant to the Act that's not under the lease, or as decided by the Minister as appropriate. So there's two parts to that. And our understanding is that the original intention of that was to make sure that the site was supported with appropriate infrastructure around it. And there's also then the ability for the minister to allocate, to provide the ability for other spending. So there's options there for council as to the proposal around allocating funds to specific projects. That will be a decision for council in future.
Do you have a follow-up, Councillor Bond?
Let me take myself off mute. Just to follow up then, if that's the case, then do we need to set up I guess for all intents and purposes, a St Kilda Marina reserve rental reserve where we put all rental income received for the St Kilda Marina into and quarantine that money for the purpose as Mr Holland outlined and you've just more or less agreed with?
Through you, Mayor, I just wanted to highlight that we did actually respond to Mr Holland's submission, saying that we'd make sure that we did comply with the requirements of the Act. It was in the detail on the back of the reports. I think that may be the case, that we may establish a reserve. What we're doing at the moment is working with DWELP to understand the full implications of the St Kilda Marina Act in this regard, because it's not as clean as saying, as our understanding of it, that it can be spent on the lease area. It actually relates to area outside of the lease, which is probably not as relevant because, as Joanne explained, that appears to be relevant to when they were needing to establish roads, etc., leading into the marina. So for our understanding of the moment, that part of the Act is not as relevant today. However, it is open that the Minister can agree what purposes this to be used for. Our proposal is that we'll be coming back to a new council and we have a bit more certainty of what that means on how to use those funds. And it's likely that the new council would take a proposal to the Minister, which could be in part for things like supporting the bridge, providing additional public amenities in the lease boundary area or around it. But we'll do further work on that because we've had some further advice from Del and an opportunity to brief the new council.
Thank you. Follow-up, Councillor
Yeah,
Bond.
just another follow-up question. There's a missing piece of the St Kilda Foreshore Promenade between roughly the outfall drain and the skate park marina reserve. So, for example, we could use the funding or the rental to fund or complete that particular section of the Foreshore Promenade if we felt that was an appropriate use for the funding.
Through you, Mayor, we could seek ministerial approval to do that. I think the reality is that given the Act and the way it's currently worded, it wouldn't be relevant the way it's currently worded, so we would have to rely on ministerial approval, and that's why we'd come back to council with a range of options, get their advice or their direction, and then seek approval from the Minister how to use those funds into the future. But that could be one of the purposes that the council could choose to propose.
Thank you.
Councillor Gross.
Sorry, everyone. I've been unable to get back in. This question might have been asked and answered, but I just wanted to ask the officers about a proposed bridge. The initial application had a high bridge, fixed high bridge, whereas there have been conversations about a swing bridge. Is it the case that the swing bridge would comply with the notion that we will be able to talk to the lessees about installing that bridge with contribution from the City of Port Phillip?
Mr Carroll or Ms McNeil?
Through you, Mayor, I'll start and maybe Joanne McNeil will add if needed. Just to be clear, the proposal didn't include a bridge from the proponent. What it did do is comply with our requirement to provide a feasibility study for the potential provision of a bridge, and in doing that, it provided a feasibility study which showed a fixed bridge with a fairly high height to enable passage of vessels. There's been further discussions and ongoing discussions amongst councillors and interested community members around other potential options, including swing bridges. And I think what the lease does is enable a discussion to be undertaken with the tenant and reserves the capacity for council to provide a bridge in consultation with the operator, taking into account the impacts on its operations, and provided the council meets the costs and provides any reasonable compensation if its operations are impacted. So the lease allows for that discussion to be had and negotiation to take place. But there would be, obviously a lot of process and design and community consultation and consultation with the operator on any design into the future. So I don't think it rules it out, but there's a process that would need to be gone through.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. We heard from John Edgley, and I perhaps should have asked the question at the time, but he mentioned that he'd been listening to all the submitters and had and had made some adjustments or was making some adjustments in relation to the submissions and the questions and the issues that some of the community have had. Just wondering, are you able to confirm what the position was on the trailables, please?
So again, through you, Mayor, I'll start, and maybe Jo McNeil can add to it if she feels like she needs to. In our discussions with the proponents, AMDC, they have recognised that they would do additional work in detailed design and consultation with the community and the Trailable Yacht Club on ensuring that the facilities provided amenity to trailable yachts and address some of the concerns in the design, for instance, around the pontoons, etc., and some of the layout. So they'd work closely with the Yacht Association and the broader community and boat users around the detailed design, and would take into consideration some of the concerns that they've expressed. They don't see it as feasible for them, based on the broader commercial and site vision and objectives that have been set, to allocate additional hard stand for trailer yachts to park on an ongoing basis, but they will work with them to make sure that there is access to community facilities and meeting space to continue to support the operations of the club, but just not necessarily in the way that it has been done in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Was anything else any other officer wanted to add to that? So you've come on the screen, Michelle. No? Okay, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? If not, we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover for that or something different? No movers? I'll move. Oh, there we got all at once. Councillor Baxter to move and Councillor Crawford to second. Thank you. Councillor Baxter.
Oh, no, thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Crawford.
I just wanted to say thank you to all the officers involved in this very long process, and also to all the submitters and stakeholders advisors that we've had. It has been a very long journey. I think all I can think is, I'm sure it wasn't the full 4 years, but it feels like it's been going on forever. And also to the community panel. This has been a long process. You know, I don't know that anyone will ever be fully happy. And I acknowledge that there may be some areas that perhaps was not the outcome that some people would want. But I do think that this lease agreement and the vision for the site does meet so many of the vision we had, and our community had, not just us, our community told us it had for this site. It can be something wonderful, and I believe with this vision it will be possible. And of course there is still work to be done and tweaking and all of those things, but I think in the end we will get there, and the marina will be something spectacular that we will be able to not use but experience and visit and take visitors to, and all of those things that our wonderful foreshore has brought us. So I am very happy to support this lease, but also acknowledging that it does not meet everyone's requirements, and that is a difficult part, but there is still room to have further conversations.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Would anyone else? So, Councillor Brand. Would you like to speak?
Yes, I'd like to speak. Thank you very much. Because it is quite a momentous occasion. It's one of the very first things we did as councillors in this term was to go into sort of very early workshop mode on this new project, the St Kilda Marina, and it's one of the first things I remember us getting together to look at seriously. And here we are. And it had started in the previous council, so we were by no means the first people to be looking at it. But it's been a major part of this whole 4 years of this council, and here we are right at the end of certainly my term as a councillor, in one of the last stages of the procurement stages, but we still have the whole, well, after the lease is signed, getting on and doing it stage, which will be for the next council. It has been an amazing process. It's been so complicated, well, not complicated, so complex, with so many different stages and so many different sub-stages, all plotted out by staff, by the officers who've done an absolutely incredible job of wrangling this huge administrative sort of organism towards where we've got it now. And it's been a great process. It's included that whole phase of community consultation, which is amazing. I didn't think it was going to work very well. I don't think it worked perfectly, but it worked really well in so many different ways. It was quite an eye-opener, and it's had so many different phases that it's something special. It's produced something now. We have in front of us a proposal which has great promise. It does so many of the things that we want of it, as Councillor Crawford has said. It's going to be a complete revival of the marina in so many good ways. It's going to be designed by really great designers, which we will see. We can see some of it in the general ideas for, but we will see it emerging in the detail as well as time goes on. So we've hit the jackpot there. And it's done some really amazing things like unfence the whole area. I think that was one of the great achievements of just getting an area which is mainly fenced off to the public because of all the obvious security needs and what have you, reorganising it so that almost none of it is fenced off to the public. And that is a brilliant achievement of just sort of spatial organisation and getting it together. That by itself is something really quite special. One of the really interesting moves was, I thought brilliant moves, was to flip the wet berths around so that they all led off from the dry store area rather than the other side. So that's one of the key stages to one of the key things that allowed so many of the fences to come down. It is imperfect. it's not the perfect answer that everybody would think of, but it has the huge advantage of actually being market tested. That so many of the things that we would love to happen there were actually probably pies in the sky. And this one, everything that is proposed now is actually something which is declared and tested and backed by people's money and time to be actually doable. So I'll be supporting this very, very enthusiastically, knowing that it's not everything that everybody wanted, but it is such a good amalgam of all of the bits of so much of what people wanted. I suppose for my aspirations for it, I just want to say a few things about what happens after we've sort of handed on to the next council. Just a couple of things I just want to make sure are sort of in people's minds and seen to. I think it's really important that we do the best we can, council and the lessees in particular. We do the best we can for all of the boating community. This is a place which is fundamentally about boating culture. So the boating community are the absolute core people here, and I think it's already established that this is going to be great for most. But there have been some hiccups with the weird hybrid people of the Trailable Boat Club, which I had never even heard of as a category. Sorting out all the pontoons and stuff. This is something which I know nothing about. It seems to be that there's been a bit of a problem of oversight or something there, which I just want all the technical heads to get together and make sure that they solve, which I'm sure they will. And provision for the really small users like the kayakers and maybe the paddle boarders, and having a little place, which it's always been envisaged that have a little place to store their things. I don't know what's happened to that bit of the plan. I hope it's in there. But anyway, looking after the core users, this will be a long-term relationship, and it's really encouraging to hear what John said earlier in his presentation. It was very, very encouraging to me, I've got to say. It's important that the community has a relationship, a deep communication with the lessees, and that's something which will have to be worked out in the coming weeks and months. That's very important. To me, it's very important that we maintain the possibility of design flexibility through this design development stage. I know it's not very flexible now because we have actually approved a particular design which has met particular requirements, and then we've put a planning scheme around it which has sort of protected it. I think that there's still room for some rethinking. I just want to put it on the record that in my mind, when they flipped the wet berths over, I think it might have been a moment that they could have flipped the boat ramp over with the community, the civic heart, and flipped them around, and I think they would have won a whole lot more, or could have. I'm not saying, I don't really know, but they could have won a whole lot more sort of symbiotic sort of relationships that would have worked better. And I just wonder whether those sorts of things are still possible. Unfortunately, when we put a planning amendment in to protect the design that the community has come up with and the proponents have come up with, it also protects possible mistakes from being changed. And the last one I want to just talk about is the bridge, which I really hope that my aspirations would be, I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's important that we keep open the possibility of a bridge. And I just think, especially a swing bridge, it means that there needs to be a place on the mouth of the river that actually is going to work for a swing bridge. It just needs to be not developed with stuff that should preclude such a structure. And I think a swing bridge is it just seems to work a lot better in my mind. It's something which can be open and closed very quickly. It's something that can be held open in stormy weather when boats have to have access. It can be held open in high usage times. Cyclists and pedestrians can be warned of when it's open and closed. It can be sort of street theatre when it is opening and closing. It just seems to me to be by far the most flexible and interesting and natural thing to do, and I hope that councils of the future, probably not the next one, but maybe, that councils of the future will work towards doing something really brilliant like that, that actually works in with the boating, with the boat users themselves, with the marina users themselves, and provides something which is really another level of excellence there. So if those things can be kept in mind, I'm going to be so happy to be handing this over to the next council, and I've really enjoyed working on it. I've really enjoyed working with the officers. It has been a real eye-opener about the breadth and depth of how a project like this is rolled out, and I'm really looking forward to welcoming the new lessees in person. But we have to get that signed up tonight, I guess, and. Well, thank you everybody that's participated in this, and and that's a huge number of people, the public especially, who've contributed so much to it, and the officers and the councillors, and now the proponents. So here we go. I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. Councillor Gross.
Has already been said. This is a momentous moment for this council and for the area around the marina and for the users of the marina. I just wanted to reiterate some of the basics about how this process went. First of all, council has worked with the community, closely with the community, to have a clear site vision and objectives, and that from that vision and those objectives, which were agreed to the extent one can agree on a controversial site, has been guiding us all through this process. Secondly, Australian Marina Development Corporation proposal is a long-term proposal to keep this operating in the way that we know and treasure. It's a marina, it's a place where people collect, recreate, and use dining facilities. None of that has changed. It's not overly commercial. There is no car parks in the air, so there's no tower of car parks. There's no encroachment into Moran Reserve. There is no major international hotel. Some people might regret all of those things, but these are the sort of things that the community want and require, and this council delivered. And that's so important to me, to be part of a council that delivers. And I actually, when COVID allowed, talked to people on site. And when we talked about what the proposal actually meant, they were absolutely delighted. And, you know, I've captured this on film, and it's on film on my Facebook page, so you can see it for yourself. The community, once it's explained, has embraced it. And indeed, what did they embrace? Well, it's the eradication of fencing. It is the opening up of open space from 4% of open space currently to 50%. From hard stand and fencing that prohibits the community on foot or on bike visiting great parts of this huge site, which they can see all parts of the bay and the city. Amazing vistas back to St Kilda that I've never seen. And of course there is the secret beach, a beach that I never knew existed, even though I've lived here for 40 years. So this is a real win for open space. And as I've said elsewhere, it's worth 4 MCGs worth of open space. That's a huge contribution, So, and finally, I too want to touch on the bridge. People come to a marina to look at the theatre of boating. We all love to see those people who can't back their trails back and have 20 goes to try and get their boats in the water. We come to see the boats that we'll never be able to afford. We come to have a look at the whole range of boats that are encompassed in the wet berths. And now, because, as Councillor Brand mentioned, the wet berths have been taken to the other side, they're in a far greater theatre. We'll be able to stand and look across the water to the wet berths. It's a tangible and magnificent improvement. The long-term lessees are owned and controlled by people who are locals. You know, it's hard to think of anything bad about it, but one thing that is necessary, I believe, is the swing bridge. And we have that opportunity, and I think it's right and appropriate because it's a public good that the public pay for it through the City of Port Phillip, or maybe hopefully another tier of government. So I think this is a good news story, and I hope we're making a decision tonight which will have huge ramifications for both Melbourne and particularly this foreshore. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Gross. Would anyone else like to speak? There doesn't look to be any further speakers, so I'll just quickly say a couple of words. So I think it would be remiss of me to say I'll be supporting this motion, and by the sounds of it, I'd like to say congratulations to AMDC. You've delivered the best value that we could get. You've exceeded or met all mandatory requirements and criteria, and you've delivered on a number of discretionary criteria. And I think you can hear, you know, some of the excitement in the councillors' voices that there's, you know, in their speeches tonight. It's been a really comprehensive evaluation, and I'm actually really excited. I actually can't wait to see the vision that we've all worked so hard for and on to be finally be enabled to come to life. So this proposal is for stage one, $30 million worth of investment by AMDC, and over the life of the project's around about $160 million for the project. So very significant for the area. It's a great project. I can't wait to see it come to life starting in a couple of years' time. So thank you. Councillor Baxter, would you like to close?
Sure. Look, just to say that I agree with a lot of things that are said here. It's been a massive process to go through, and I thank the officers and the members of the community that have worked with us to get here. Totally agree that there are you know, ways in which we would like this to be different or better, and every councillor has their own views on that. But I think this represents good value. Mayor, you're still muted.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. I'll put that motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. First up, Councillor Simic.
4.
Councillor Voss, 4. Councillor Baxter.
4.
Councillor Bond.
Abstain.
Councillor Brand.
4.
Councillor Copsey.
4.
Councillor Crawford.
4.
Councillor Gross.
4.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
That motion is carried. Thank you.
Without dissent.
We'll move on to item 13.1, which is the South Melbourne Market Annual Report. Councillors, do we have any questions of the officers? I can't see any. So, councillors, we've got an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover for that or something different? Councillor Pearl to move. I will. Councillor Copsey to second. Councillor Pearl, would you like to speak to the motion?
I'll wait to the end if that's okay.
Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you.
No. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? I'm not seeing any. So I will briefly say a couple of words. And first up, that this is a visually stunning report, as normal. Visually appealing and full of information about what's been going on at the market. It continues to astound me, the market. It delights me and it surprises me every single time I go there. It is the quintessential village market. Even while the traders have largely been significantly affected by COVID-19, it still remains a vibrant and an amazing place to go. But I do know that the traders are very grateful for Council's rent relief, the community's rates going into the rent relief, and it continues to grow. We've even seen more and new trader applications coming in. So it still remains a highly sought after location for small and micro businesses. I believe that together we'll come back stronger, more sustainable and more connected after we see the end of COVID-19. Unfortunately, a lot of things were impacted. The strategic plan has come to an end and we didn't quite cross everything off the list, but that's understandable and for good reason due to what's happened. But it doesn't mean that many of the items on that strategic agenda don't happen in the future. I'm certain that in a period ahead we'll see activation of York Street, which is something quite keen to see the sunny side of the market flourish. So probably that's all I'll say. There's lots to say in this report. It's incredible. I urge everyone to have a flick through it and see all sorts of things that have been going on at the market. Councillor Pearl, would you like to close?
Thanks very much. Overall, it's a very disappointing report for the operations of the market this year. Down to a negative position of almost $2 million to be subsidised from ratepayers, which is the worsening of about 1.4, I think, off the top of my head. I hope that number's right. I don't have the exact page on my screen at the moment, but a very difficult trading period, more difficult than any in living memory. But there are some points of concern that should be raised with councillors. A number of the projects that have been worked on that the market haven't realised their net benefit. The obvious one is the solar project, which isn't delivering the cost savings it was meant to. In fact, it's now actually costing more money to the market, which is something that the project management team within council have promised they'll investigate and do a lessons learnt exercise on, which I think would be useful. But the overall financial position of the market is very difficult at the moment, and the focus of officers and the committee needs to be on ensuring financial sustainability of the market. Ratepayers will be understanding to absorb this sort of financial loss in a short period of time, and most of that trade subsidy has gone to rental subsidies for traders. I think most of our ratepayers out there are happy that council's done that, but we need to ensure that financial stability of the market is the primary objective going forward in the next 2 to 3 years, not small pet projects, ensuring financial stability that the market can stand on its own 2 feet, and then provide cash reserves that actually allow council to invest back into the market. So some terrific stories contained within the annual report, but a sobering financial message for the next council to deal with, our officers to deal with, and also the committee. A quick shout out to the committee members who have sat on the South Melbourne Market Committee, the council appointees, which are Councillor Simic, Councillor Bond, Councillor Voss. It's a privilege to sit on this committee, and the 4 of us have been very committed to the success of the market, and that's shown in the results in a number of the projects in this annual report. But happy to move this motion, but it's with a heavy heart in terms of the financial burden that ratepayers are being asked to subsidise at the moment. But with the leadership of Danielle, the General Manager, or the Managing Director, I think her name is, but I can't remember what her new title is. It's very senior though. Her leadership's been spectacular during the COVID process, and I have no doubt she'll be able to charter the course to ensure that the market gets on a better financial footing. So very happy to move this annual report here today, councillors, and I'm sure you'll support it also.
Thank you, Councillor Pearl. We'll now put that motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. Councillor Voss, 4. Councillor Baxter?
4.
Councillor Bond?
4.
Councillor Brand?
4.
Councillor Copsey?
4.
Councillor Crawford?
4.
Councillor Gross?
4.
Councillor Pearl?
4.
Councillor Simic?
4.
That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Excuse me. Moving on, 13.2, which is the Linden New Art 2020 funding deed. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers? I note there are none. So, councillors, we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover for that or something different? Councillor Brand to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Baxter, thank you. Councillor Brand, would you like to speak to them?
Yes, thank you very much. Just briefly, I think Melinda Martin and Jeremy Blackshaw actually spelled out much of the story in their comments earlier on from the public, which were very warmly received. But it is just a reminder of what this whole thing is about. With Linden and with Gasworks, these are sort of cultural bodies that the council many generations ago set up to be independent organisations that actually did the job that council would have been doing better than what council would have done, which is actually to run these cultural establishments, and on behalf of council for the community, so that the community has these places of national level quality amongst us that we can enjoy here in the city of Port Phillip, which brings visitors to the city of Port Phillip, which provides avenue of expression for people in the city of Port Phillip to work through. And they've both done it very, very well. And it's been a privilege for me to be on the board of Linden all this time as a councillor. It's one of the really fun things that you get to do is to be on bodies like this. And I've had nothing but admiration for what I've seen, both in the organisation of Linden, the Melinda and her tight little ship of 4.4 people who just do an amazing amount of work. As a tiny little branch in terms of numbers, they pump out an enormous amount of work, and it's not just work; it's creativity, brilliant thinking, incredibly adaptive people through this period of, well, this year has been, of course, a year for adaptation, that's for sure. But before that, there was a year of being out of body experience, out of Linden when it was being renovated, and it's really sort of they've done brilliantly. But this is the sort of thing that council has set it up, and this is why we fund it, because it provides this core institution in the cultural landscape of the city. And I'm so pleased that the other Herculean task that the staff, I was going to mention the board as well, has been a brilliant board to work with, and the amount of talent and knowledge in that board is absolutely astonishing. It in itself is a sort of a great little sort of cultural place to be in this city. All volunteers, all absolutely committed. But the other thing that has been so admirable in the work of the organisation has been the amount of bureaucratic administration and work that they've had to do just to get leases signed, funding agreements signed, organised. It has been one long admin process of short-term leases, one after another, all trying to coordinate with funding agreements and trying to coordinate with everything else. At last, we have it all lined up. The funding agreement, the funding deed, the KPIs, the long-term lease, all lining up tonight. This is all the stars aligning, and I cannot believe we've got to this point after 4 years of of watching it happen, slowly grinding into alignment. Here we are. So I'm so pleased to be here and to be saying goodbye from my councillor term to setting it off into the next council as a sort of a free and independent body with everything stacked up for it.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. Councillor Baxter, would you like to speak to the motion?
Look, only to say that we've had a wonderful relationship with Linden, so cheers.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Then I'll put that motion under division, councillors, and I'll call upon your name for your vote. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
For.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. That motion is unanimously carried. Thank you. Item 13.3 is Gasworks Arts Inc. 2020 funding deed. Councillors, do you have any questions for the officers? I note there are none. So, councillors, we have an officer's recommendation. I have a mover already, Councillor Bond, quick off the mark, and Councillor Crawford to second. Councillor Bond, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would. Like Councillor Brand in the item previously with Linden, this is another long, drawn-out process coming to an end here tonight. I know everyone at Gasworks will be very pleased to finally get this funding deed behind us and the lease, which is coming shortly. So I won't speak for too long, but just to say, yeah, what a great outcome this is. It secures the future of a wonderful organisation, but an organisation that's obviously had concerns about their future over the last few months, like many small businesses and many organisations in our city. So they can relax a little bit tonight, knowing that their funding for the next 5-10 years is secure, and they can go back to doing what it is they do best once we're allowed to reopen and they can start putting on shows again.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Councillor Crawford.
I just would like to say I was a board member on Gasworks for 2 years prior to Councillor Bond, and I wanted to say what a pleasure and honour it was to be part of that. And I know it has been a long road to get here and also to get the theatre seats, which I'm very excited to hear that they're in and to see them in the future. Look, I've been banging on probably for the last couple of years. It's my big thing in life that we actually don't measure what we value. And I think the arts is one of those, but almost you can't measure it because it speaks to the heart and it speaks to our humanity and it speaks to who we are as a community. So I'm really pleased that we've got to this point, because I have to say probably just in the last couple of years, 3 of the best shows I have seen have been at Gasworks. There was the spectacular circus piece, You and I, which took my breath away. Spencer, which
amazing.
It was amazing. Yes, Councillor Gross was there. Spencer, which is also an awesome Australian piece. And the other one that I was profoundly lucky to be there on the night that Lindy Chamberlain was there was Letters for Lindy. So Gasworks not only provides space for local artists and the fringe event, particularly a focus on circus, but it allows visiting performers projects to come and be part of our community, and that it's quite spectacular, as well as all the outdoor things that they do. And I didn't make it to painting outdoors. I will next year. So I really look forward to the things that they will do in this new world, and one day we will return to, I guess, theatre as we knew it. but I got onto council to support the arts and continue the tradition of what council does here. We live in an area rich with arts, and Gasworks is very, very much at the heart of that tapestry. So I'm really glad we got here, and I really am happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Would anyone else like to speak to this motion? If not, I will put that motion again under division.
Can I close just briefly?
All right. We weren't going to do closing tonight, but okay.
I was going to say, just quickly I forgot to thank a couple of people. Thank Tamara for all her hard work as the General Manager, CEO of Gasworks. She's done an awful lot of work on this, supported by Brett, who up until recently was the chair, and Phillip, who has now recently taken over as chair, and the rest of the board. So some great work. Sorry, Mike, not Brett. Who's taken over at the board. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Councillor Bond. Right, then I'll put that motion under division. So first up, Councillor Bond. Your vote.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Brand.
4.
Councillor Copsey.
4.
Councillor Crawford.
4.
Councillor Gross.
4.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
4.
Councillor Voss. 4. Councillor Baxter.
4.
That motion is unanimously carried. Thank you. Well done. Now, item 13.4 is the Games Action Plan 2020 to 2024. Councillors, do you have any questions for the officers? No. So we have an officer's recommendation, councillors. Do I have a mover for that or something different? Councillor Baxter to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Copsey to second. Councillor Baxter, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would. So this and thank you, Madam Mayor. This plan, action plan, is the culmination of a couple of years, effectively 4 years, of work with the local video game industry, as well as a number of other stakeholders and players within the general games and play and just everything ecosystem that exists within our community. So it's really pleasing to see that it's come here for adoption at basically the end of the term. And it's look, I think it's a really important thing to explain to people what it is we're trying to do here. Essentially, games as a method of storytelling are have been around for a very long time, and essentially as powerful, if not more powerful, a method of telling a story as say film, art, dance, and other types of media, even music. And that's because a lot of these things actually come together in the form of games. And that games are interactive and allow you often to chart your own course and do things the way that you would like them to do, which is often very powerful, particularly where people who have come from demographics who have traditionally not been able to have their own voice and make their own choices are able to get into games to start exercising that power and start having their voice come out, particularly within that storytelling medium. So it's a really exciting thing. It refers to, obviously, not just video games, which are a massive industry worldwide, but tabletop board games, physical in-person games, ARGs, which are sort of kind of puzzle games that people can play online, where they have to figure out clues and things like that. There are lots of different ways in which we can tell those stories, and there are lots of different ways in which we can cultivate a sense of play in our community. it has been identified by many psychologists and anthropologists that play is actually intrinsic to how people interact with each other in our communities and in our societies. And so it's really important that we actually design our city to incorporate and accommodate for that sense of play. That's a number of different things that this action plan talk about, but it's also about partnering with a sizable industry and sector in the city of Port Phillip. The video game development industry in the city of Port Phillip is a massive contributor to our economic, prosperity here. They are a massive employer, and the economic impact, because they sell games and you can market games through the digital medium. Anyone across the world can buy them. So huge amounts of foreign money pours into Australia and also Port Phillip because of the strength of our video games industry here. We in Port Phillip are blessed to have essentially the biggest hub of video game development in Victoria, and so that's why we are and should aim to continue to be the video games capital of Victoria. So this is an action plan. It's very much strategic in terms of the types of things that we want to do and the way that we might want to go about them. It is not. It doesn't have a huge amount of sort of measures of success just yet, as we're still continuing to interact with the sector and deepen our relationship with it. And we're looking at doing baselining and having measures to come out of that. So this will evolve as a document, which is very pleasing. And we essentially had no relationship with the local industry when I got onto council in 2016. So to have gotten this far in 4 years is pretty pleasing. So I'm very pleased with how this is all going so far. In conversations that I've had with people in the industry, they're also pleased that local government is taking an interest. Obviously, the federal government doesn't care at all about this massive industry. The state government has actually been very, very supportive, which is good. But local government is another piece of that puzzle, as we should be interacting with all important, economic and cultural stakeholders in our city. So. I am very pleased to sort of commend this document, and I hope that all the councillors vote for it. I'll just say that this week is Melbourne International Games Week, and although that would normally be the most exciting week of the year for Councillor Tim Baxter, and I would be going to all sorts of events and playing people's games and talking to people about the awesome different mediums that they've used to tell these stories, most of that has moved online, but there are still events going on, so I urge people to check out Melbourne International Games Week. Even if you don't consider yourself a gamer, I think you'll find something really interesting there that will tickle your fancy. There are lots of different events on. So I've probably said everything I should say and more. So I'm going to go ahead and shut up now. So cheers.
Thanks, Councillor Baxter. Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak to the motion?
I think Councillor Baxter covered it really well. The thing that I wanted to emphasise, as well as supporting the industry and the creativity that it provides in our city, not just for those developing games and people experiencing them, playing them, but for the creative ecosystem that it also spurs with music for voice talent, actors, music design, all those elements. It's a really key part, and so I'm very proud that Port Phillip is taking the step to actually engage in this sphere. I think it's really, really welcome. I'm really excited as well about, under the Game Action Plan, how we can incorporate some of the great benefits of our local game scene in making council's interaction with the community more engaging and creative and fun, and incorporating some of this work into what council does, so learning from the sector as well. I'm very, very excited about. I wanted to thank Councillor Baxter, who has been a huge champion of this project, and also the officers who've taken to it with great enthusiasm, and our local games sector who have been so willing and ready to engage with us. I'm very excited and hope to follow this work over the years to come.
Thank you, Councillor Copsey. Councillor Crawford, would you like to speak to the motion?
Sorry, I was moving to second. I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, no problem. Anybody else wanting to speak to this item? No. Okay. Then I'm not going to ask you to close.
Can I though? Because I forgot to thank people.
All right. Oh my gosh, we've got to have it.
Sorry, I just really wanted to thank the officers, particularly Bowen, Paul, and even our CEO, Peter Smith, who have been massively supportive of this vision and who have just done everything within their power to make this happen. So it's just been wonderful. So this is our baby. This is 4 Men and the Baby here. So we're now putting this out into the world. So well done to all of them.
Thanks, Councillor Baxter. All right, well, I'll put that motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. First up, Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
That motion is unanimously carried. Well done. Okay, 14.6 now. So we'll move to in-principle approval of the annual financial statements 2019 to 2020 and the performance statement 2019-2020. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers on this item? No questions. It's big. Are we sure? No? Okay. Then we have an officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover for that or something different? Councillor Crawford to move. Thank you. And Councillor Baxter to second. Councillor Crawford, would you like to speak to the motion?
Not to say much, but thank you to all the officers involved in all the work that goes on with our budgets and financial statements and updates. And I know it's extensive. You know, it's obviously been an interesting year for our budgets and financial position and tougher than perhaps previous years. It's also about the transparency where we have our community can look at the decisions we make and how money is spent, and also to see the things that we value. But again, I just really want to say thank you to all of the officers for the huge amount of work that goes into providing this document for the community.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Baxter, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, thanks.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Copsey? Okay, so I will now put the motion again under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. Councillor Voss, for. Councillor Baxter?
For.
Councillor Bond?
For.
Councillor Brand?
For.
Councillor Copsey?
For.
Councillor Crawford?
For.
Councillor Gross?
For.
Councillor Pearl?
In favour.
Councillor Simic?
For.
That motion is unanimously carried. Thank you. We'll go to item 14.7, the proposed report of operations for the annual report. 2019, I should say, 2020. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers? Councillor Pearl, is that a question or are you wanting to?
I'm happy to move.
Okay, all right, so Councillor Pearl is happy to move, so I will take that. Do I have a seconder? I will second. Councillor Pearl, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, thanks.
Okay, so then I'll also speak to the motion, and I guess I have to say at this point and acknowledge the past 12 months by any stretch of the imagination, this report does reflect the past 12 months and the crises that we've faced in Australia. You know, we started off with a drought. We've had devastating bushfires, and right through summer, and now we're in the end, hopefully, well, or maybe the beginning of COVID-19 new normal. So there's been a lot that's happened, and it's actually affected our finances. And I'd have to say this draft report of operations really does cut to the chase and underline these issues that we've had. I guess some of the things that we've had to consider in our community is how we work as a community, how we exist as a community, and what we do for each other. And that's been paramount. And all the things that we do for each other do affect each other. And I think this council has been very generous in terms of looking at how we can best help each other. Our communities had to be resilient. We've had to adapt to the weather, this crisis, and help others do the same. So some of the things that we've had to do as part of COVID and the measures that we've taken are things like temporarily closing our beaches, our playgrounds, our outdoor fitness stations as government restrictions were rolled out. We've lobbied and been successful for virtual council meetings, so councillors and the community members could be safe and participate continually in the democratic process. We have done what we can to seek online versions of things that we otherwise do in person. Started off with the Marbo Day and the St Kilda Film Festival. It's morphed into library story times and business forums, for example. South Melbourne Market, the traders, we introduced a order and collect service, and then we also delivered a $2.8 million emergency relief package to support those that were most affected by our community. We've looked at our social housing fund, and we made $500,000 of that available to support those people experiencing homelessness, and $180,000 has been allocated to the Arts Rescue Package. So we were talking about last financial year here. So there's been lots of unforeseen costs, such as government cost shifting has impacted our budget, and we've had to make some big decisions on where to direct our focus and resources. We increased the rates in line with the government's Fair Go rate system by 2%, and the extra $2.7 million raised from this is being put directly back to the community to assist those that need it most. We've done a lot in the waste area, and you know, we're talking a lot about online, and it's really timely that council's actually been rolling out the next stage of our customer experience program, updating the online services and the systems we need to really make it more compatible and more customer focused, if you like. So been lots of challenges, lots of issues, and we're learning everything every day about what this pandemic and what COVID-19 means for our city. So I guess this report, the Deputy Mayor and I actually have to sign our names to it and make sure that it's 100% accurate. So we've been through it with a very fine-tooth comb. So I know it's late in the night and I'm sort of going on a little bit, but I did want to say that this is this council's last annual report. And I'd certainly like to thank my fellow councillors for their great work on behalf of their communities. And I'm also thankful to the whole of the City Port Phillip organisation that are employed to implement our council plan, and for the over 100 plus services that are delivered by the organisation that contribute to making our city so livable and beautiful. So thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Crawford, is that one from you? Yep, thank you.
Yeah, a little bit slow. I just wanted to reiterate, this being the last opportunity in this forum, is to say a huge thank you to the officers. I don't think anyone really understands the amount of work and care that goes into delivering all of these different services. And, and because I didn't realise until I was on council the big picture of what council delivers and how much they do every single day in little and big ways. And I think when we only can see, what affects us outside our door and, those kind of things, you think, oh, you just really don't understand the breadth of what council provides this community. And it really does underpin the great community, and it has for a long time, the great community that we live in, from looking after the vulnerable to, our city has many more services and programs for people who are, our older population. We have beautiful open spaces. We have, access to the bay. We have arts and vibrant community, and a lot of, well, all of that is underpinned by the work that council does. And I know that as a councillor, we are here to resolve issues and make things better, but you do hear a lot of the negative and not always the positive. And I just wanted to say to officers, thank you for your patience, your obvious care for the community that we're part of, and your commitment, and your, particularly over this last, since the pandemic, the incredible hours and work that you have done. I think often you don't get thanked to the extent that's needed. And over the last 4 years, whether people always agree with the decisions or some of the things that council does, that's very different to the quality and standard and ongoing work that happens behind the scenes mostly. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Pearl, would you like to close?
Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Oh, sorry. No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll put that motion under division, and I'll call upon each councillor for your vote. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. That motion is unanimously carried. Well done. Now, 14.9 is the annual report of the Audit and Risk Committee. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers?
Happy to move.
Yes, Councillor Gross, happy to move. All right, we'll do that before I've called it, but that's fine. And would anyone like to second? I'm happy to second. Councillor Gross, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
Okay, then I will speak to the motion. Next, then, just briefly. So what we've got here is the annual report of the Audit and Risk Committee. And look, I just have to say it's been a very, very busy year and for the Audit and Risk Committee. And with the change of the chair, we heard from the chair earlier tonight, Mr. Brian Dempson, the agenda certainly continued to be very full and well planned out. I've served many years in the Audit and Risk Committee. I think it's 6. And I always and continue to be impressed with the performance of the committee and the organisation's willingness to accept feedback and recommendations and implement it. The new year will be even tougher as the new Local Government Act has a wider ranging remit and responsibility for the Audit and Risk Committee. So I think they've certainly got their tasks cut out for them for the new committee going forward. Just a really quick summary. The list is in the report of all the sort of reports and updates that have been discussed in council meetings right through South Melbourne Market Governance, Fisherman's Bend, Child Safe Standards, Building, Cladding, Work Safe, Audit, council expenses and support policies, organisation policy, framework, pandemic updates, all sorts of, anyway, the list goes on. So a significant amount, and I just wanted to thank the committee and the organisation for all the work, and also acknowledge my fellow councillor that's also on the committee, Councillor Gross. And yeah, that's probably about it. Thank you. All right, so there's no further questions or no further speakers. I will put that to the vote to accept that. First up, Councillor Brand.
4.
Councillor Copsey.
4.
Councillor Crawford.
4.
Councillor Gross.
4.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
4.
Councillor Voss. 4. Councillor Baxter.
4.
Councillor Bond.
4.
Thank you. That motion is unanimously carried. Okay, councillors, then we have now the en bloc motion, as we discussed earlier, or as I talked about earlier. Can I have a mover for a motion to move the remaining items en bloc, please? Councillor Crawford to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bond to second. Would anyone like to speak to the en bloc motion as a whole? No, I will. So then I'll now put that motion under division. First up is Councillor Brand. How do you vote?
4.
Councillor Copsey?
4.
Councillor Crawford? 4. What is that noise? Sorry. 4. Councillor Pearl. Councillor Gross?
4.
Me?
Councillor Pearl?
It wasn't me, it was Councillor Brand. I'm in favour of that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Simic?
4.
Councillor Voss? 4. Councillor Baxter?
4.
Councillor Bond?
4.
That motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, now move to item 15. The notices of motion. And councillors, we have 3 notices of motion tonight. The first one is item 15.1. It's a notice of motion I have raised in relation to a psychologically safe workplace. First up, do councillors have any questions of the officers in relation to this proposed notice of motion? Councillor Crawford.
I guess I was just curious, is it like a framework that will be provided? I mean, it sounds like it would have huge benefit. I guess I'm not 100% clear. Is it a set of principles? Is it going to have not penalties, but do you know what I mean? Will there be consequences for not obeying it? I guess I'm just interested to know a little bit more about possibly what that could mean.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I'm sure the Mayor will talk about what it means, but I would add that it goes beyond behaviours. So we have a council code of conduct, which is legislated for. The council set in terms of behaviours. We have an employee code of conduct, which I set for employees. We have employed an organisational psychologist to help us with building an organisational framework. And it's about processes, protocols and practices. For example, we conduct performance reviews and give performance feedback to staff and consider how that can be done in a way which is constructive, and check that we've got processes that give constructive and supportive performance feedback that don't create unnecessary stress for staff. It might be a protocol for making sure we're respectful in meetings, that meetings are inclusive. In relation to why it's a council policy, not an organisation policy, there are things I need to do as CEO within the organisation, but I'm also responsible, and there's some reciprocal responsibilities that council have as a governing body for the overall safety and well-being of everyone who uses the workplace, whether that's myself as a CEO, a councillor, even a visitor, or a contractor, and indeed all of the staff. So this complements mandatory codes of behaviour by looking at policies, practices and systems that can promote those behaviours and promote the well-being, particularly the mental well-being of staff. Happy to add further questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pearl.
Very much. Two quick questions. The first one is the use of the word urgent consideration. What does that actually mean? Does that mean it's coming back next week, or urgent consideration seems a bit over the top?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that would mean it would come back to the new council. One of the acts of the new council, Council Pearl, as I understand, is to frame a new code of conduct, a very new code of conduct. Urgent just means it will come back early in the next term of the new council, so it can be used to inform and complement their considerations of the council code of conduct.
The second question relates to the second line, and this is by implication, where it says creation and maintenance of a psychologically safe workplace. Are we implying that we're not a psychologically safe workplace at the moment? Is there any data or trends in terms of risk registers that's been identified that would require that this action be taken?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. You're on mute. If you would.
Apologies. Had to be one of us. Through you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, with the increased restrictions, mental health and wellbeing in our community has become an increasing concern right across the community, and employees and councillors are no different. I think 7% of our claims, to give you just a piece of data, relate to of our workplace claims. Health claims relate to psychological unwellness, and we are tracking those claims, and I think those claims will go up across many industries in our community. So it's a really opportune time to do it. Part of the framework will be keeping an eye on some of that data and that evidence base, reporting that back. I take your point, Councillor Pearl, when it says the word create, I think that is about actually improving, always about improving well-being and safety of people in our workplaces. So yes, there are people who are unwell, and we can create a healthier workplace.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Then I will say that I, Councillor Bernadine Voss, give notice that I intend to move the motion outlined below, or as I read, at the ordinary meeting of Council on the 16th of September 2020, and that goes: 1, that Council requests the CEO to prepare a draft policy for urgent consideration by the new Council on the creation and maintenance of a psychologically safe workplace. This policy should consider the respective legal obligations that Council, individual councillors and the CEO have under relevant legislation to create a workplace that supports the mental and physical health and well-being of individual councillors, the CEO and all staff employed by the CEO. The policy should be considered alongside the Councillor Code of Conduct, which is established by the Council, and the Employee Code of Conduct, which is established by the CEO, to ensure standards of behaviour and conduct that create a psychologically safe environment and which promote a healthy and productive working relationship between councillors and the CEO and staff. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Copsey to second. Thank you. Thank you for listening to this notice of motion. I guess the current lockdown has highlighted the importance of mental health and well-being within our community, and like others in our community, our council employees are subject to similar stresses that can impact on their mental health. For example, this might be additional stress from juggling homeschooling and work in a busy household, or the stress from social isolation from working at home for long hours on their own without the normal social contact that comes from physically attending the workplace. I note that under our OH&S Act, The CEO has an obligation to create a safe and healthy workplace for all council employees and also for councillors who use the workplace. In addition to the OH&S legislation, other legislative requirements that need to be considered include, for example, the Local Government Act, the Crimes Act, the Privacy Act, and the anti-discrimination legislation. This obligation extends to both the physical workplace and to staff and councillors who are working from home. So some statistics, which has been sourced from Safe Work Australia, Australia-wide metric. 6% of all workers' compensation claims are for psychological injury. And the City of Port Phillip statistics reflect this at around 7%. And we know that $543 million has been paid in the last financial year in Australia. 60% of psychological claims are from people 40 years and older, I should say. The creation of a psychologically safe workplace requires implementation of processes, practices and protocols that promotes positive mental well-being, prevents mental injury and illness, and where mental injury and illness occurs, implements the appropriate action to support recovery. This framework, as Mr. Smith has said, of processes, practices and protocols complements and supports the required behaviours that for councillors are mandated in the Councillor Code of Conduct and for council employees in the Employee Code of Conduct. So to address this, the CEO has trained all managers and health and safety representatives in creating and maintaining a psychologically safe workplace and is developing processes, practices and operational protocols to support positive interactions between managers and staff, between councillors and between councillors, the CEO and staff, to create an environment where everyone's mental and physical well-being is well catered for. So while health and safety obligations largely sit with the CEO, Council as the governing body has a positive obligation to support the CEO in these endeavours to create an environment where everyone feels psychologically safe, and as the employer of the CEO, this would include creating an environment that maintains the CEO's psychological safety and well-being. The proposed policy would set out the Council's obligations in creating and maintaining a psychologically safe workplace and describe the processes, practices and protocols to be adopted by both the Council and the CEO that would support these obligations. So making it very clear. I commend this motion to you. Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor Voss. I really welcome the bringing of this motion this evening. I think it's fantastic proactive work to be doing to ensure that City of Port Phillip remains a psychologically safe place to work and to improve our resilience overall as an organisation. Certainly, councils are unique organisations and have unique relationships particularly between the council and the CEO and the officers, and that between council and officers as well. Presents some unique situations that you don't encounter in every workforce, and I think that this is a very sensible way of documenting not just expected and bare minimum kind of requirements, but actually ways that we can look proactively to create an environment where people's well-being is supported. And as I already mentioned, resilience, but to really look towards that continuous improvement that we can foster to make sure that people are feeling well supported and able to flourish in this environment. Particularly because we, I know that officers work so hard for our community. I'm really pleased that Councillor Crawford spoke earlier on the operations report around that. I think that people really give a lot to their jobs at the City of Port Phillip, and so I really support this notice of motion and thank the Mayor for bringing it, because I think that it will put us on a road to making sure that as much as possible the City of Port Phillip is a place that that support comes back to those who serve and work here. So thank you very much. I am very pleased to see this motion, and I think it will be really timely for the new council to consider.
Thank you, Councillor Copsey. Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much. I was and am very 50-50 on this. And the reason being, if you want to have a psychologically safe and high-performing workplace, the culture eats policy and strategy for breakfast. You can create as many policies as you like, but the reality is the culture of the organisation and the things as leaders, as us as councillors and the CEO walks past, and the standards that they accept will have a much greater impact on any policy that we produce. And producing a policy at the moment to become even more internally focused is not where the City of Port Phillip's focus should be when we're in the middle of a crisis. Minimum standards are already not being met under the Local Government Act, and I can list you numerous examples, and we've talked about this in the past. And to introduce more policy is not continuous improvement. It's just adding more bureaucracy to something that won't solve the problem. If we can't even meet the basic standards of our occupational health and safety requirements as inferred in the motion, and we're not living up to the standards of our Code of Conduct in the Local Government Act, it's a cultural problem. There's a cultural problem with their understanding of the existing policies, the enforcement of those policies, and what the culture of the organisation ultimately stands for. Having said all that, I'm happy to vote for this on the basis that a draft will come. I find the language used in the motion slightly strange, but we won't talk about that in detail because there's nothing to be gained in doing that. But a draft will come urgently to the next council for another policy to be introduced. But ultimately, what needs to be done really, and what's actually much harder to do in the short term, is to have organisational psychologists come in and focus on the things that they're great at, which is determining the sort of benchmark culture you're aiming to do and the levers you need to pull to get there. A policy won't help you with that, but I'm hopeful that I'll be one of the councillors that'll be able to review the draft, see the benefits of it, weigh those benefits up, and see if we can put another policy on the shelf and see if it adds any value.
Thank you, Councillor Pearl. Councillor Crawford.
I'm often the one going out on a limb and calling the elephant in the room, and I'm going to do it here. I am in support of this motion because we have not, as a governing body, always provided a psychologically safe workplace. Let's be clear. We have walked past certain standards, not that we haven't tried to address it over time, but we haven't always succeeded, and we're all part of that. So this is, we set the tone, we create the culture, and I don't think we've done always a good job. Sometimes we've done a great job, but sometimes we have not created a psychologically safe workplace for each other and for officers. Let's be clear. I hope for a new council that this sets the tone, that helps the culture develop, where that space is created, that because then it takes away from internal navel gazing and we can focus on the community, because we're not dealing with internal things where things have gone wrong or things are not a safe space. And I'm not talking about where you can't have robust discussions and all of those things, but I'm just saying, I don't think we've got it right. And maybe it's just my view, I'd be interested to hear other ones. I don't think we've got it right, and I think we've walked past many a standard. And I think this is a great move, because I think the new council should set a different standard and hold everyone to it. That's what our community would expect. That's what other workplaces would expect. And I'm really supportive of this motion, because you know what? Kindness is everything. And looking out for each other is everything. And if we haven't figured that out from this pandemic, I don't know what it's going to take. We need to look after one another's physical and mental health, because in the end, that's kind of all you have. And being kind to our community. And I think if we've got a healthier culture as a governing body, I'm not saying sometimes we got it right, don't get me wrong. But if there's a healthier culture overall for the governing body, that's good for our community and good for officers. So I think this is an important step for the next council to look at, to implement, because I think things are changing around the world. What was once acceptable in many areas of life is no longer acceptable. And I think that should apply to councils too.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Baxter.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, I will be supporting this this motion. I think it's a good idea. Workplaces do need to be psychologically safe. I don't agree with the idea that we should wait for a problem to happen before we try to fix it, because I think that we should try and be proactive and make sure that that we have good guidelines around here. I agree that that culture is a big part of this, but it seems that there are people who don't take the psychological safety of our employees seriously, and they may need to be told in a policy, this is actually how you treat human beings. You know, we've seen examples in other councils, not here, but we've seen examples in other councils where you know, councillors have acted in a way that has been hugely damaging to their staff and their organisation. Those councillors have gotten sacked. Now, that's because they didn't take this seriously, and that's why we should take this seriously. It's a pretty basic thing, and you know, we as councillors need to lead from the top here and make sure that we have these guidelines around here. Hopefully, this will help in shaping that culture, and you know, provide a framework for us to make sure that people who don't quite understand if they're doing something wrong will understand if we have this around.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Would anyone else like to speak? Okay, then if not, I will put that under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. First up, Councillor Crawford. For. Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
That motion is unanimously carried. Well done. Thank you. Now we'll go to item 15.2. It's a notice of motion raised by Councillor Copsey in relation to the recovery of arts and culture. So before I ask Councillor Copsey to move this notice of motion, I'll give the opportunity to councillors to ask questions of the officers in relation to this notice of motion. Councillors, any questions? I'm not seeing any, is that correct? Okay. Councillor Copsey, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll read out the motion. So the motion is that Council requests that officers prepare a report for urgent consideration by the new Council on the support available at federal and state levels and the complementary role that Council can play to best support recovery of arts and culture in the municipality. This report should be informed by feedback from industry and include options and expected benefits on the potential allocation of a proportion of the $1.7 million Economic and Social Recovery Reserve as a result of the one-off cancellation of the 2021 St Kilda Festival.
Oh, Madam Mayor, you're muted again.
So do I have a seconder? Councillor Crawford, thank you. Now, Councillor Copsey, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. I wanted to thank Councillor Crawford, who first up to thank Councillor Crawford because she's worked with me to develop this motion with the support of officers. Essentially, we understand that arts and cultural organisations are really doing it tough right now, the arts being one of the industries that's been hardest hit due to the impact of COVID-19 on operations. So this motion really just is to provide some support and guidance for officers to keep the wheels in motion whilst this council is about to come to the end of our term and not be able to have a decision-making forum. We really wanted to make sure that really as soon as the new council comes back, there's some things that we can get in motion to help support local arts and culture. In preparing this, I don't, have a particular set of options in mind. We were talking about whether there might be grants and so on that officers can continue to explore and develop criteria for in order to present to the new council. So it's a bit of a motion to just reinforce how keen this council is to see those funds redeployed in a way that will help support our arts and cultural scene here, which gives so much to the municipality, is so much of the life and soul of our city. And also, I think, as Councillor Baxter said during the debate on the games motion, it's such an incredibly crucial part of how we are all coping, processing, connecting with one another. The need to speak to one another through story, art, and reflection is just ongoing and human. So we want to be in as great a position as we can as a council, and the new council I'm sure will too, to make that happen, and just want to keep the wheels in motion so that we can make that support available at the earliest possible opportunity in the new council term. So I hope this will have support tonight. I don't think it's particularly controversial. I just want to thank the officers for providing guidance on what kind of a motion would be useful in guiding officer tasks in the meantime until the new council is instituted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Copsey. Councillor Crawford.
Yes, we just wanted to be ready to go for a new council to be there ready to support the community if restrictions and all of that allow. As I said before, we often maybe don't or can't measure the things we value, and I think that not assimilation, but that art is kind of just part and parcel of what is Port Phillip, and I think it's that immeasurable quality that people are drawn to, that people want to live here for, that it's just part and parcel that of course we'd have, great galleries and things, or there might be something happening, or, there's just always something happening, and we live close to it. So you often can walk to the latest art gallery, theatre production, band playing. And so it's in the veins of Port Phillip. It is. So I just think, and of course, it's a bloodbath out there at the moment for both traders and arts communities, and it will continue to be so for a while, given this pandemic. So I'm really happy that we could get officers thinking, and so that the new council can make some fast decisions or approve criteria or exactly whatever it looks like, and that we are ready to go to support our community as much as we can. It is so devastating as an actor to know or not know what might be next for our arts community. And I know this doesn't go, I'm actually going to get teary. I know this won't go far enough, but we have to step up and do what we can as a council, and the new council. So I guess as one of my final things that I do on this council, I'm really glad to support this because I know the pain, and just want the arts community to know that we are very much thinking of you and trying to play our part.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Baxter?
Yeah, just briefly, it's clear that we've known for ages. Everybody knows that our economy, our community, our livelihood, our everything in the city of Port Phillip touches on arts and culture and things like music and yes, games and all sorts of other sort of ways of telling those stories and creating new culture all the time. So it's only ever going to be good to invest in that, but also when it's all been hit so hard, it's doubly so.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. I'm not seeing anyone else wanting to speak. No, then I will put that motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. First up, Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
For.
Councillor Voss. For. Councillor Baxter.
For.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
For.
Councillor Copsey.
For.
Councillor Crawford.
Definitely for.
That motion is unanimously carried. Thank you. Item 15.3 is a notice of motion raised by Councillor Brand in relation to the recovery of small business. Before we ask Councillor Brand to move his motion, I offer you the opportunity to ask questions of the officers in relation to this item. I might kick off with the first question to the officers, maybe to Ms. Bennett's. How does this, are you able to articulate how this motion fits in with the motion that we've just passed?
Through you, Madam Mayor, so what officers would do if council was to pass this particular motion is look at ways that the arts and culture, but also in terms of small business, what might be most useful for small business at this particular time. We all know that small business is doing it incredibly tough at the moment, and so this motion, if council was to pass this together with the arts and culture motion that was just passed, would be a piece of work that would be undertaken in parallel and would enable officers to bring back a report to the new council for consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Councillor Crawford, question?
Yeah, I might have not been listening properly. I apologise if that's the case. So things like waiving footpath trading fees could be as part of one of the possible options. Is that, would that
Mr.
come under
Smith?
this?
Would you like
Through you, Madam Mayor, and I've just referred to the answer I gave to Janet Rosenberg previously. So both this money, $1.7 billion served created by the cancellations of Kilda Festival, both arts and small business support. Plus, we want to look during the election period and as soon as possible with the new council in terms of quarterly budget review, additional capacity to provide additional relief. We'd like to bring all those back to council in one package as through that quarterly budget to the new council in one package as part of that first quarterly budget review. So it would include this money and any other savings or additional funding we can afford to put in. The reason for the answer previously on footpath trading is we want to see where we're sitting financially and our capacity to provide more support in addition to the 1.7 when we get to November and we know what restrictions are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay, there's no further questions. So, Councillor Brand, would you please move your notice of motion?
Certainly. It reads that Council requests that officers prepare a report for urgent consideration by the new Council on the support available at federal and state levels and the complementary role Council can play to best support recovery of small business and local traders in the municipality. This report should be informed by feedback from small business and trader communities and include options and expected benefits on the potential allocation of a proportion of the $1.7 million Economic and Social Recovery Reserve as a result of the one-off cancellation of the 2021 St Kilda Festival.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Crawford to second. Councillor Brand, please speak to your motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Look, this one obviously mirrors the previous one, and it's because they come in the same package. They're like non-identical twins, born of the same. I don't want to go into it, but born of the same womb, I was going to say. But they come from the same place, and they are part of I guess, an idea of putting together this package that's come from the cancellation of the St Kilda Festival, which in a previous meeting, at the budget meeting, that we sort of quarantined for these purposes of supporting the creative arts and supporting small business and traders and what have you. I'd just like to say just a few words about the genesis of this and the assumptions and principles underlying it. The St Kilda Festival is an absolute tragedy that we have had to cancel it, but the silver lining that it provides is this package that is targeted towards the people who would have benefited economically most from the festival, which of course is the arts community, particularly the music community, and all around, not just the performers, but the whole community around that. And also local traders and small business that hugely benefit. That's beside all of the people who just enjoy having a party. But this money, which would have gone and would have leveraged support for those sectors in particular, we wanted to return to those sectors in whatever way we can. So we're looking really at a way of supporting these very particular sectors that Councillor Copsey and Councillor Crawford have spoken about eloquently about the arts community, and this is just, my one here is just supporting the other side in a mirror image sort of thing. It is based fundamentally on a principle that Council, I believe, does need to. Let me say, it's got some assumptions built into it. My aspirations for this, which of course are will no longer be able to control them. I can only just state what my aspirations are. But the money that would go to the arts community, but in particular here the local traders and small business, would be targeted at those parts of the community that would have been that are affected by things like the cancellation of the St Kilda Festival. But we have it's a large part of our traders and businesses are in hospitality, are in culture and music, are in the creative industries, and also in the innovative industries of of scientific and technical innovation and what have you. It's the largest sector that we have, and they are suffering probably the worst in the city of Port Phillip than anywhere else, just because it's our sort of bag here. And I want to put this money, was hoping that we would put this money towards giving them some relief, whatever relief we can give. To me, it has to be targeted relief at the ones that are at the people and the businesses that are suffering the most on some sort of criterion of hardship that needs to be determined, which the officers will go and figure out how to do that. It shouldn't be too difficult, but it definitely needs to be targeted for hardship and the people that need it the most. It is not the same as a rates freeze, which I adamantly disagree with. The idea of a rates freeze, that would spread a small amount to every ratepayer, with a huge bias towards the largest industries and the largest property owners, which would be just a pointless waste in this case. What we're trying to do is find a way of spreading a targeted amount which is substantial enough to make a difference to the people who really need it. So that's one of the fundamental principles. But just because I'm against a rate freeze doesn't mean to say that I'm not in favour of actually giving some rates back. I am personally very much in favour of rates relief. I'm not dictating that this is what has to come from this, but I'm sort of hoping that there would be some actual rates relief. I sort of believe that to get through this the economic crisis, which has resulted from the pandemic crisis, that forgiveness of debts is a fundamental part of how we get through it as a community. That there needs to be everybody needs to participation in a sort of a chain or a rolling sort of cascading sequence of debt forgiveness. That if somebody can't pay their rent because they've lost their job, the landlord has to forgive that. If the landlord then is in financial hardship, then maybe the council and the people that they owe money to, the bank, need to forgive them, and it goes on and on and on. And it's along a sort of a principle sort of like forgive us our obligations as we forgive them with obligations against us. It seems to be a really fundamental way of getting through this. And so I think that council needs to participate in that by giving a degree of forgiveness of debt to be in that chain of mutual community support that will run through the entire sort of indebtedness chain, and which will actually, to me, it's about the only way that I can see it really being undone. Well, along with stimulus spending, which of course is the most important thing that'll help undo it too. But to me, it's a fundamental plank. So I just see this as almost a chance for a really redeeming part of the way that we go about it. We're putting masses and masses of money into the recovery package. This, along with the other measures, will probably take it tops it out at about $10 million of recovery package of rates which are being put back into the community in all sorts of ways to help the people who are most in need of it. It is a big, multi-pronged, generous package. And I hope this, I just think we've got to do it well and do it generously. And I think this is the vehicle we have, and I'm very pleased that we would be in a position now to for officers to go and shape it and hand it on to the next council and see how we get ourselves out of this crisis. And good luck to everybody who is in crisis, and I hope this is of some fundamental assistance to you.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. Councillor Crawford, did you want to speak to the motion?
Just briefly, I may not agree necessarily with Councillor Brand's version of how it could be spent, but I do think that there is real opportunity, again, for next council to be ready to move quickly if there's criteria, if there's, been thinking done, whether it's future waiving of the footpath trading fees till June, or allowing permit fees waived so that people can perform, or street closures near venues, or whatever it may look like. I'm not sure, but in some ways I see that as a good one because it benefits the whole community, not just a few, where there can be other people who renters are also in difficult circumstances too in our community. Anyway, I am very supportive though of looking at the options so that the next council can make some decisions around how we distribute this support.
Yep, here.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Pearl?
Thanks very much. I'd just like to move an amendment, Madam Mayor.
Certainly.
The officers have already got it, and they were very kind enough to give me some good advice on this today. So they want to bring it up for me.
I think they're going to type it. So as you...
Oh, they haven't already done it? They just sent me the word, so I thought they'd already have it. Okay, so we just leave point number 1 the same. Yep. Completely agree with that. Number 2, declares that the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic through the loss of jobs and business activity within the city of Port Phillip should be treated as an emergency, full stop. Number 4, requests officers to establish a survey mechanism, comma, with advice from Council's Business Advisory Group, comma, through Council's website to provide for better understanding of business owner sentiment and evaluation of the current business support level, and provide this together with economic scorecard information being developed with other inner metropolitan councils through IMAP to the state government for review and implementation, full stop. I can't see what they're doing there. I hope you guys are getting all this.
They've got the words, they're just typing it up. They can't cut and paste.
Oh, no problems. And then number 5, request officers to enhance reporting to councillors on the local economic conditions in the monthly CEO report to council. This should include estimation of changes in gross local product, GLP, local employment levels, business confidence data, and tenancy vacancy rates in the key shopping areas monthly, or as when key data is updated and becomes available and also be informed through the economic scorecard being developed with other inner metropolitan councils through IMAP, full stop.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Pearl. I think we'll just wait till that gets typed up because I...
No problem at all.
While we're waiting, I can see there is a question from Councillor Crawford. We might go to that.
I guess I haven't heard of IMAP doing this survey, so I'd be interested in understanding a little bit more what that is, please.
Yep, they definitely have. Councillor, Mr. Smith.
Through you, Madam Mayor, so at the last IMAP meeting, project budget was approved by the IMAP committee, including our representatives, to work with the intermetropolitan councils, which are 5 councils, to develop an economic and social scorecard, which is going to track much of the data councils has asked for, probably all of that and more, not just so economic indicators and social indicators. So that'll be data that we share with council and data that we can share with the business advisory group the council has established. The first meeting of which is next week. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I also have a question. Just what does, so number 2 declares that the economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic through the loss of jobs and business activity within the city of Port Phillip should be treated as an emergency. Just wondering, what does that mean? I mean, I know it's really dreadful and terrible, but when you say an emergency, does that imply certain criteria or reaction? Just wondering who can answer that. Mr. Smith?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that's a question for the mover.
Okay. Councillor Pearl, what do you imply by the words
happy to
emergency?
incorporate that into my speech, if that's okay.
Okay. Any further questions, councillors, while we're waiting on this? Councillor Baxter?
I think Councillor Crawford was in before me.
Oh, do you ask another one, Councillor Crawford?
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to check about officer. Have we got the resources and capacity to deliver all of this, given the budget we've just passed? Not to say that it's not important. I just would be interested to understand the implications.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the only additional resourcing I can see there is the number 4, depending on Councillor Bell's interpretation. Number 2, I don't see that as requiring resources. It's an advocacy position. In terms of extra resources, the only thing I can see there is number 4, which is a, have you say, survey mechanism with advice from Council's business advisory group. I don't see that as having significant resources attached to it.
Councillor Baxter?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll ask a question that may seem rude, but I don't mean it in a rude way. Councillor Pearl, this looks like it should be its own notice of motion. It sounds like, you know, it's jumped onto an existing notice of motion from Councillor Brand and does a whole bunch of extra and very different things. So I just sort of, why did you choose to do it as an amendment here rather than a notice of motion yourself? Because I feel like the original motion was about something different, and we're sort of tacking this stuff on. I'm not talking at all about the merits of what you put there, just the appropriateness of this amendment to this motion.
Yeah, I was very confident of the same thing. So very confident that this amendment, it's an amendment, not a motion, is compliant with 47(1), which requires the amendment to be adjacent to and substantive to the original motion in itself. And you're right, we could do it as a motion in and of itself, but I don't think that would be, the current amendment is outside 47(1) of our local laws, and I've got advice on that. So, and in fact, officers have helped me craft the exact words of this amendment here this evening. So I don't think we're out of order. In terms of why haven't I brought this as an individual motion, I didn't know this motion Councillor Brand has brought to us was coming to Council until I read my papers, and it focused my mind. And I'll go through this if we get a seconder in the moving speech about why I think this not only complements Section 1, but provides also the foundation for us to move forward with Section 1. So, albeit there might be a lot of added words here, I don't think those added words are in contravention of the of 47(1) in terms of the terms of the amendment.
Yeah, just to clarify, I wasn't asking about whether it was in order or not. I was just trying to get your, get some idea of why you'd done it this particular way. But that answers it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simic. You're on mute if you.
Following on from Councillor Crawford's question around additional resources, number 5, this motion not currently up on the screen, but providing the additional reporting in the CEO report, I thought would also require additional resources. Can I ask just how we would go about that and whether we've got the expertise to be able to provide the level of information that number 5 seems to require?
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you for that clarifying question, Councillor Simic. When I was responding before, I was assuming that I hadn't actually seen all of the data typed out in the motion. I was just about to request an opportunity to clarify. I would have to check that on a monthly basis that all of that information is available within the IMAP project. I'd have to take that part of it on notice. I know that some of it is there because I've seen the scope of that project. In terms of other data that's listed there, there may be some additional costs for us to be able to access that monthly if we can't access it through the IMAP project or through our normal data sources.
If I may also add, Madam Mayor, perhaps the councillor that helped inform Councillor Simic is the words or and as when key data is updated. So if there's sequences of data such as gross local product, etc., which isn't reported monthly, it's reported quarterly, obviously we won't be updating that monthly.
Okay, thank you. I can see there we've got a seconder from Andrew, but we haven't quite got to that yet, Andrew. You want to speak to it, David, but we haven't.
You haven't quite got there yet.
Not yet. And okay, and I've just got a further question around, just to clarify the survey mechanism. Mr. Smith, you mentioned that was have your say. I just wanted to clarify with the mover of this notice of motion that's. Did you expect a mail out to every single business, or was have your say a sufficient?
No, I think that needs to be informed by the business advisory group. So what's really intended with that, and I'll speak to this in the motion, is to get business and business sentiment front and centre in the DNA almost of the council organisation. So one way we're trying to do that is by having some form of mechanism. It may be have you say, it may be more prominent than have you say, but it's really for the business advisory council or committee to come to us and tell us the best way to do it. But effectively what we're trying to do is create a closed loop of feedback to ensure that business, small business in particular, is in the DNA of the council. That's what that initiative is focused on, but I'll have a speak to that in a moment perhaps.
All right then. Since there's no further questions, I can see Councillor Bond wants to second, so I'll accept that. And Councillor Pearl, you can speak to your motion.
Amendment.
amendment, correct?
That's right. No, I get it mixed up all the time. So, firstly, Councillor Brandt, thank you for providing the opportunity and the basis to put this amendment here this evening. I wholeheartedly support your notice of motion here this evening, and regardless of what happens with this amendment, you have my full support. Effectively, everything here tonight complements and provides the foundation for Councillor Brandt's motion and strengthens it. So firstly, it demonstrates to small businesses in our municipality and the municipality more generally, we are taking this very seriously, and we're declaring effectively that this situation should be treated as it should, as an emergency. Thirdly, the economic situation at the moment in our city is extraordinarily delicate, and the stimulus that's being provided, particularly by the federal government at the moment, is crucial for our local economy and particularly our local small businesses. So it's very crucial that we as a council advocate to the Commonwealth Government the importance of JobKeeper and JobSeeker and how important it is that these programs continue for a period of time until we enter into a time when business can get back to what it does best, creating prosperity, creating local employment, creating opportunities for young people. That's what we need in the weeks coming out of this crisis. But until we get to the point where business can stop fighting, not with one hand behind its back, but its legs behind its back and both hands behind its back, we need those two Commonwealth stimulus and support programs and the state government support also to make sure that our economy keeps on treading water and ticking over. So we need as a council to formally advocate for that. Number 4 goes to a small feature, and Councillor Voss was right to bring this up. But the intention of this feature is to create some feedback and a closed loop within the organisation to ensure that we're constantly thinking about small business, the heroes of our local economy, and that information can be disseminated across the organisation. So what I envisage is that this survey response and this quick responsibility that's really prominent on the website, where small business people that are frustrated or ecstatically happy about the response of council can get in there and share their experiences. These experiences can then be used as a tool by the CEO or the SLT to show practical stories about what council is doing to help or hinder small business during the recovery process. And these stories on particularly a weekly basis will become very important to ensure that the City of Port Phillip is a business-friendly environment and very focused on helping the small business heroes in our area. Item number 5 really is one of the points I'm most passionate about, and it was remiss of me. I was meant to move this exact item as an amendment to the last CEO report, and I didn't. But effectively, what we need to have is council and councillors keeping their finger on the pulse in terms of what's happening in the local economy and tracking that change. So what I'm hoping is obviously once our economy opens up and we get back to a more normal situation, we can see a rapid improvement, hopefully, in employment and prosperity more generally across the municipality, but also make sure that we're keeping our finger on the pulse of things that are being left behind. So particularly trends such as what we've seen in Bay Street at the moment with 27 vacant lots or vacant spots almost on Bay Street or about to become vacant. I think formally it's 22 and we should see 27 shortly. That's not a trend that we really knew about until quite recently, and it was actually ticking up pre-COVID. So if we have some of this data at our fingertips that councillors can use and officers can use, it allows us to make better decisions, more informed decisions about where we need to target our small amount of stimulus to get the biggest bang for our economy. Councillor Brand, thank you for giving this opportunity basically to be able to present this amendment here this evening. I wholeheartedly support the initiative you've made. Also just want to thank officers for helping me today to correctly word this and also incorporate the benefits of IMAP and the Business Advisory Group. I wasn't fully aware of the initiatives that IMAP have been doing in terms of data gathering, and that will be very useful in terms of strengthening this process should this amendment get up. So councillors, I think hopefully this creates a fantastic foundation for Councillor Brand's motion, and I wholeheartedly wish that you support it. Some of you may have noticed I've been interviewing small business people in small forums, and I broadcast one last Monday. And I don't need to explain to you the pain that some of these businesses are going through. And the good thing that will come out of all this is from that pain, you'll have iron sharpens iron, and you'll have some of the best business people in the world coming out of this crisis in terms of people that know how to manage their people, manage their cash flow, and really understand the relationship with their customers. But, you know, this amendment and this motion combined signals to those small business people at home at the moment that this council is open to listen to business and will be open to act for business once we start getting out of this horrible lockdown environment. So I sincerely hope that you'll support this motion on that basis alone. Amendment. Sorry, Madam Mayor, amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Pearl. Councillor Bond, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I would. Like Councillor Pearl, I've also been contacting and speaking with a lot of local businesses in the last week or two. Probably the last 2 weeks I would have rung about 15 businesses just to see how they're going, just to find out what their concerns are and ask them, is there anything council can do for them? And out of that is coming lots of really good ideas, but there's also coming information on how tough they are all actually doing it. And I commend Councillor Pearl for putting this forward to us. It will send a terrific message from council to the businesses of Port Phillip that we are thinking of them, that we acknowledge that they are doing it really tough, and we are also looking at ways that we can help them. So these amendments are all about enhancing Councillor Brand's motion, which deals with direct financial help or potential direct financial help. But these other amendments are also about other items and other elements and other ways in which we can help our local businesses by doing things such as advocating for the Commonwealth Government to keep the JobKeeper and JobSeeker in place for businesses in Port Phillip, by us monitoring our local area with some of the data, economic data that is available, so that we can monitor the recovery and adjust our actions based on the feedback we are getting. So, as I said, I commend Councillor Pearl for putting this forward. These are great initiatives, and I have no doubt our business community would appreciate this motion, these actions, and knowing that we are taking their current concerns and their current hardships seriously.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Councillor Brand.
Thank you very much. Look, I'm struggling to read this at the moment and to try and digest it. And I think I need to say that I'm probably not going to support the amendment, and I need to explain why. Because there's nothing in it that I can see at the moment that I disagree with, and I think it could be, fantastic. But I can't tell. Look, the reason why I'm not really happy to support it is that when I proposed my motion, it was a piggyback right on top of Councillor Copsey's motion, and it was intended to be like a simple mirror image package to complement hers, and I'm reluctant to let go of that simplicity of the two parts, two peas in the same pod sort of thing, because it is a simple balance of the arts and culture and arts creative industry sector, and which overlaps a lot with the business and traders, small business and traders sector. And it does it in a very simple, open sort of way, with a complementarity. Whereas I feel that adding this huge amount of specificity, the idea of making it understood that the business is in the DNA of the council. Look, I agree that it should be, but if this came with a complementary motion of the same weight and specificity attached to the previous motion saying how arts and culture was in the DNA of council. That would make it a lot more acceptable to me. But just as Councillor Copsey's motion was just an open-ended sort of set of intentions in principle to do this, mine was meant to be that too. I was careful to speak when I was saying what I aspired to, what I hoped for in this package. I spoke about it in a completely non-binding way. It's not written down in my motion exactly what I said about rates relief and what have you. I've left that to be determined by officers, and we've got to remember that when we as councillors voted for that original motion about the $1.7 million of the festival fund to be quarantined for the arts and cultural community and the traders and small business, that it was voted for in an open-ended way, which wasn't specified exactly how it was done. I have said how I think it should be done. Councillor Pearl has said how he thinks it should be done. I probably would agree with it. I wish it had have come as a different motion, a notice of motion. I would have supported it. I'd be happy to support it in some other way, but I think that maybe it should just be treated as a very well articulated and generally applauded set of aspirations from one councillor, just like mine. You know, what I spoke to my motion could be taken as a sort of as a set of aspirations that the council, that the officers should take into consideration. I think it would have been better, just as I asked permission from Councillor Copsey to piggyback on hers, if I had have known that this was going to be plonked on it. I just haven't got time. I haven't had time to read it or digest it. We've had no notice of it. I don't think it's wrong. I just think it's out of proportion and so full of specificities that I just don't think it sits well with the simplicity of what I was intending first. And I would wish to support the sentiment and some of the ideas in it, maybe all of the ideas in it, but not. I just think it destroys some of the basic intent of the two previous, the motion this is tacked onto, amending, and the previous motion. So, look, I won't vote against it. I won't vote against my motion if this amendment is voted for by everybody else. I'll certainly still support it, but I just think it's better without it. And I'd like to support this. And I'd say, look, this is fine in content, but in form, I just don't think it's right. And I would have liked to have had a chance to discuss it beforehand.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. Councillor Simage?
Really, I think you can hear me now. Sorry, I think I wasn't off mute. I have to agree with what's been said. It's quite late, and I'm really struggling to make sense of everything that's been proposed as part of this amendment. I think it's quite significant. The additional words that have been proposed. I agree that this is a separate motion, and not to discourage what's been said as part of it. Reading it, I actually think same as Councillor Brand. Is mostly, I think I'd agree with it, but it needs to be properly considered, and we need time to properly consider it. So, Councillor Pearl, I won't be able to support this on that basis tonight, but I really encourage you not to use this as an opportunity to say that I then don't, support small business, because that's simply not the case. I think that this is so important, and if we want an exhaustive list of everything that we need to do in order to support small business, I actually don't think we've nailed that, even with these 5 items that are as part of this motion. I agree that the original motion itself, the intent of it, and the way that it's come to us made sense. What you've proposed, I think, makes sense, but I think it needs to be its own motion, and I hope that it can be considered as its own motion. Is something that the new council looks at. So really support where you are trying to go with this, but just can't support how we've got there tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Simic. Councillor Crawford, you have a question?
Yeah, sorry. I guess my question is for officers. Like, would this be some of the work that you would be considering to do in relation anyway? I mean, I don't know if you've had initial thoughts on David or Councillor Brand's motion. Is this some of the thinking that perhaps you would have done anyway, but in a more open-ended way to bring to the next council?
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't want to enter the debate here, but to just answer the question, yes, we are already working on economic data that will be reported Business Advisory Group and to Council. Probably not to, and I need to check particularly the specified data. And I think we've always taken the position in relation to 3 that should be extended to local government. I think that 3 is new advocacy. And 2, we'd have to try and interpret what declaring this an emergency meant. Certainly not something that we're contemplating.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any further questions, councillors? Oh, sorry. Any further speakers to this amendment? Councillor Crawford?
Look, I'm still, I don't actually know how I'm going to vote. I do support a lot of the principles in this. Like, I guess I just haven't really got my head around it, the detail and the extent of it. I think it's a kind of economics 101. Duh, of course, JobKeeper and JobSeeker needs to be continued, not just for the city of Port Phillip, but around the country wherever it's needed until there actually is a proper way through this pandemic and those kind of jobs can actually resume. So it's not. I think that's bigger than just Port Phillip. I am of a mind to possibly support it because I do think that maybe data-driven information will be more effective. I just really haven't got my head around it like everyone else, but you know, on principle, I do. I do support the principle. So I'm going to think. I have yet to make my final decision.
Madam Mayor, you're muted again.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter.
It's late.
Can rely on you. I am going to quickly say a couple of words as well to this motion. I'm trying to get my head around exactly what it all means. I don't feel I had an adequate response or answer to my question around what treated as an emergency is, and I hope that Councillor Pearl will take that into account in his close. Because, you know, we've had an emergency being declared from a climate perspective, and that actually triggered and actually implemented a whole lot of stuff throughout the organisation in terms of our reports and everything we do. And I'm wondering whether that's the intent of this and you know, how this is going to play out, or is it just a play on words? I'm just not sure. I certainly think it's very important, but I'm not quite sure the word emergency. Advocates to the Commonwealth and for JobSeeker and JobKeeper, I think that's absolutely great. We should be doing that anyway. Requests officers to establish a survey mechanism. I'm of the view that the Council's Business Advisory Group really should be it should be up to them to decide what they want to do rather than us directing them once again on what to do. However, I don't have an issue with having a survey, and I do think the mechanisms around that is really important to get feedback constantly from our business community. However, what Councillor Pearl mentioned was that it was a constant sort of process on our website that people can just come in and say, oh, we had a bad conversation, or we weren't happy with this, or we weren't happy with that, and just wondering how that's going to play out, because most of those commentary websites do tend to be quite negative. I hope that turns around. And the last thing being officers enhancing reporting, I think that's a great idea, and I think that's already going to occur largely through the IMAP thing. So all in all, I actually don't have an issue with Councillor Pearl's motion, and I think I'll be voting for it. Councillor Pearl, would you like to close?
I'm not technically allowed to close on an amendment, but under section...
No, you are now under the new local... yes, you are.
Oh, that's right. Okay, right. Yeah, well, there you go. So yes, I will close then. I was gonna be more clarifying because I didn't think I could do this. But okay, where do we start? Let's start with Councillor Brand. So Councillor Brand, I understand why you feel hijacked because I've been in a similar situation. You didn't use the word hijack. That's my word. I'll just bring it up on my screen so I can see you. No, it's not working. And I hear what you're saying in terms of you feel that the pureness of your motion, I suspect, has been changed substantially by this amendment. And I guess what I would ask you to do is to contemplate it. And I didn't just spring this out of nowhere. I did email it. I didn't give you much time, but I did send it to you so you could have some time to consider it. So it's not like I threw this to you. You did have a few hours to consider the motion that I threw to you. I never saw it. Yeah, well, the officers have obviously opined on it. So if you check your email from earlier this evening, it's certainly there. So not the exact wording that's up here because the officers were kind enough to change it for me. So my job would also say that I think all but once on this council, every time I put a notice of motion up, I've called every councillor to talk to them about it beforehand. And I didn't have the same opportunity with you, Councillor Brand, in terms of giving us due notice either behind the scenes or directly that this notice of motion was coming either. So I won't hold that against you in any way, shape or form, but constructive conversation is a two-way street also in terms of getting a great outcome. In terms of the aspiration that you had, Councillor Brand, for your motion, I don't think this does anything but complement it and build a foundation for you. I hear your uncomfortableness, particularly with number 2, around the use of the word emergency, and Councillor Voss has talked about that. She's more about potentially about, well, what does that actually mean? What is the actual meat on the bone? Why is this an emergency? I didn't go through prescriptive measures about what should be done under emergency provisions. If I had have done that, I would have expected most of you, if not all of you, to vote against that when I sat at my computer screen this afternoon and worked out that this, I thought, was a thing that needed to be done. So it's twofold. Firstly, an emergency being declared with this item is so self-evident it isn't funny. It's obvious to everybody. If we haven't declared emergency, we all understand that it's an emergency and it's even past that in terms of a crisis. We all understand that. But by saying that and telling that to the organisation is actually quite important. The second part of it, which Councillor Voss refers to, is if you're going to do that, you also need to be very prescriptive in terms of what that actually means in terms of officer outcomes, changing reports as we did to the climate emergency, etc. That is all true, but I don't think here and now is the place in this amendment to be actually able to do that. I wouldn't expect you to be able to digest those prescriptive things or consult on those prescriptive things. But by declaring an emergency under item number 2, effectively what we're saying to the organisation is let's not go back to normal as the world goes back to COVID safe normal. Let's stick with Councillor Brand's first item and keep this emergency situation in place until we turn it off. So I would hope that 12 months from now, a notice of motion will come up declaring that the emergency is now over. And I would hope that when the first council meets, there'll be a action prescribed by the CEO to say, well, the previous council declared an emergency with this item. We have a number of items which are already in train to meet the crisis that was being focused. And here's the next stage of what we're doing under this amendment here this evening, under this motion here this evening, to make sure that we're addressing everything to do with this emergency that's at train now. So I think more detail needs to come, more detail needs to focus. The third part of it, which is the most important part, is it shows to our small business heroes that we're seriously, we could not be taking this emergency more seriously. It shows we're ridgy-dig and we're genuine about it. These are just words. That doesn't mean much to people like Paul DiMartino at Lamaro's, who I was talking to last Monday, or Greg at Hunky Dory, and all those businesses that are struggling and they're on the bones of their shins at the moment. But what it does demonstrate that this is an organisation that understands this is an emergency and is going to do everything we possibly can to help our community and help our small businesses. The final one, which I'll talk on about, is the survey. So I would hope that this portal insight is good and bad. I do take the point that a lot of the comments can be bad, but there's also some really wonderful stories that have come out of people who have contacted me this week about how council officers in the past have been quite helpful in some respects. I think council's struggling at the moment, particularly with footpath trading, about trying to understand what the world currently looks like. So we probably haven't been able to communicate that well to traders. But there are some terrific examples of where we've been able to help traders, particularly through the formation of business associations, which the vast majority of people support in those areas. And there's some really good things that council's done, which a lot of those traders talk about. So it's an opportunity of positive information and negative information. But what we need is information, and more importantly, we don't need data necessarily in this respect. We need stories, we need connections, we need contacts with people. So the CEO can build relationships with local pub owners, local restaurant owners, and our officers can do the same, because we can pass motions as much as we like and amendments like this here this evening, but really what's going to solve this problem is quality conversations and the right people getting together. And business people are too busy to come to forums and feedback forums and this sort of thing. But if they see a discussion for 20 minutes or 30 minutes over a table with somebody potentially on their own turf that adds value to their business, they'll engage. And that's exactly what that survey mechanism is. So, Councillor Brand, I hope I've given you, as I procrastinate and talk on, a little bit more time to think about this motion. And I might ask you to consider that instead of saying, no, I won't support this, you'll abstain, and then we can work together on your motion together and move forward. Because I think the two items combined, albeit, yes, it does change the vision sometimes, but it brings it to a higher aspiration if we can join these two items together. And ultimately, I think it could create some amazing benefit in the future. So sorry for my ramblings a little in terms of my closing, but I didn't think I'd have the opportunity to close. So, guys, look, I really hope you support this amendment, because put my blood and soul into trying to convince you of it. Hopefully I've succeeded, but let's give it a shot, hopefully.
Thank you, Councillor Pearl. Well, I'll now put that motion under division and call upon each councillor for your vote. First up, Councillor Pearl, you've gone. Where are you?
I'm in favour, yep.
In favour, yep. Okay, Councillor Simic. Sorry, Councillor Simic.
4.
4. Councillor Voss. 4. Councillor Baxter.
Look, yeah, against.
Councillor Bond.
4.
Councillor Brand.
Against.
Councillor Copsey.
Against.
Councillor Crawford. 4. Councillor Gross.
4.
That motion is carried and now forms the substantive motion. So under this substantive motion, we've had Councillor Brand and Councillor Copsey speak. Would anyone else like to speak to this substantive motion? No. Councillor Brand, would you like to close?
Yes. Well, yes. It's like the cuckoo's egg. It's been dropped into an alien egg. Has been dropped into a nest, and you can't be critical of the cuckoo chick itself. I am basically happy with everything which is there. I'm not happy with the form that it takes, but it is consistent with everything that I think that we need to be doing, and I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. Then I'll put that motion under division. Once again, Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Voss, 4. Councillor Baxter?
4.
Councillor Bond?
4.
Thank you. Councillor Brand?
4.
Councillor Copsey? Sorry, Councillor Copsey?
Against.
Against. Councillor Crawford? 4. Councillor Gross?
4.
Thank you. That motion is carried. Item 16 now, reports by councillor delegates. Councillors, do we have any reports tonight? No, and then we'll move to item 17, which is urgent business. Moment, we have one item of urgent business, and I need a mover and a seconder for council to accept the item of urgent business. Do I have a mover? So Councillor Bond to move and Councillor Pearl to second. I'll now put the motion under division. So Councillor Baxter.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, is this that it be considered as an urgent item?
Yes, that we consider an urgent item.
Oh, against.
Councillor Bond.
4.
Councillor Brand.
4.
Councillor Copsey.
Against.
Councillor Crawford.
4.
Councillor Gross.
4.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic. Councillor Simic. Thank you. Have an internet problem. Councillor Simic, how do you vote? Okay, thank you. Councillor Voss, 4. That motion is carried. So, Councillor Bond, would you like to move your motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I would. And the motion is that council determines that should a request for council's comments be received from the Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning, DWALP, in relation to the deletion of condition 1A on planning permit PA2 000882 issued by DWALP that requires the retention of trees 2 and 3 as identified in the arboricultural assessment and tree preservation strategy, that council will support such a request provided that 2 semi-mature replacement trees will be planted on the planter box alongside the Bank Street frontage of the site.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Pearl
Happy to second it. Yep.
Second. Thank you. Councillor Pearl, Bond, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I would. Just very briefly, this is dealing with the Galilee School. There is currently a couple of trees in the way of them being able to build their new building, and DWALP requires a letter from council saying we support the removal of the trees before they will issue a permit to Galilee School to build that new building. I thought we had resolution on this a couple of weeks ago, but unfortunately it hasn't come to fruition. So I'm bringing this as an urgent item before we go into caretaker to establish a position for council on this item and give clear instructions to the officers about our position on a council, that we support the removal of these 2 trees, and that we, if requested, will provide a letter to DWALP stating that we support the removal so the school can get a permit to build their new school buildings.
Thank you. Councillor Pearl, would you like to speak?
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Bond, for bringing this up. This is an issue a lot of councillors have been assisting with particularly Councillor Gross has been involved as well. And I thank Councillor Bond for taking the leadership on this item here this evening. Now, this is a very unusual event and a very unusual sequence of events where council's focus should always be strategic in nature, but potentially there's been a small collision of departments within the city of Port Phillip here, and there's also some time pressure about these two trees. So nobody wants, particularly one of the trees is particularly spectacular, and we all would like to keep that tree. But the reality is that the design of the Catholic school sporting facility cannot be, and additional rooms, cannot be completed in any other practical way unless those two trees and that very large gum tree that's been there a very long time, unfortunately, has moved on. That's a very sad outcome given the canopy size of the tree and the amenity benefit that it provides. But net to the community, this $9 million facility over the coming decades will provide huge benefit to our community. So it's one of these difficult situations where council has to make a call to provide a recommendation to the government, who is the planning authority, not the city of Port Phillip in this case, to say that we don't object to those trees being removed in the event that this permit is approved. So there'll be a few residents, I think, that are very unhappy with this decision, and they can give me a call on 0466 448 272, and I'm happy to take the wrath of those conversations. But net, I think for community benefit, this is a good outcome, and I thank the school for their utmost persistence, and persistence is the right word, in getting this project across the line. Again, it's not the sort of thing we want to be doing as councillors, but given the time pressure that we're under, the caretaker period we're about to enter into, and the way that this was potentially heading internally, I think this is an appropriate time, on a rare time, where councillors should intervene to get the right outcome for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Pearl. Councillor Copps, you have a question?
I did have a question, Mayor Voss. It was for officers. I'm not sure if I've missed the opportunity, but what I wanted to ask was, I'm not clear on officers' assessment of these trees, whether the replacement trees will provide a significant, as good a benefit as the existing trees. I'm interested in officers' comments on the nature of these trees and, for example, whether they have any particular features such as hollows that are not going to be available in the replacement trees.
Okay, so it's not essentially a clarifying question, but I think we will, I'll ask Miss Lily Rosick, are you able to answer this question?
Through you, Mayor, I would like to refer this question to Lachlan Johnson, the Executive Manager of Construction Contracts and Ops, and if needed, George Borg could provide additional information as the Planning Manager.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Through you, Mayor, the trees, tree number 2 and tree number 3, were both assessed by council's arborists. Tree number 2 was found to be of moderate significance and moderate retention value, whereas tree number 3, the spotted gum, was found to be of high retention value and high site significance. I can't speak specifically as to whether there's hollows or habitat within those trees, but what I can say is that tree number 3 in particular is a very large tree, and it is common to find nesting and habitat in large trees such as that. Any replacement trees would obviously take time to grow to a similar size, so that does need to be considered when replacement planting is put as a condition for tree removal. The assessment of the trees has been aligns with the policy statement in Council's Greening Port Phillip strategy, which speaks to trying to enable the retention of large trees within the zone of development sites. I'll defer to Mr. Borg if he'd like to add anything further.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, and through you, Madam Mayor. No, there's not much more that I would add to that, except that Council's planning policies also encourage the maintenance of significant trees, and the replacement trees are looking at a height of around 7 to 10 metres, and the species that have been offered are coastal banksias. They're looking at planting at a semi-mature level, if they do get this approval through, would be somewhere around 2.5 metres, even though their preference is to plant at 1.6 metres, which would give the trees a bit more chance at growth and help them grow a lot quicker. And probably the other thing that's been missing is the two trees. Tree number 2 is 16 metres at its height at the moment. That's a silky oak. And the tree number 3 is 18 metres spotted gum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borg. I'll also, David, Councillor Brand, you have a clarifying question as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I want to ask the officers if an expert opinion has been sought to verify or to give a different opinion on how much that the eucalyptus tree, which is about 1 metre from the boundary, would actually, whether it actually would eat into the development potential of the site as much as is thought by the client, the applicant. Just on the, I thought this was going to happen, and I just was wondering whether they have actually got an expert opinion that would double check whether it was so unviable for this tree, for at least the eucalyptus. It's about maybe 1.2 metres from the boundary. If it really did make the whole project so unviable, or whether there are other ways of actually maybe accommodating the tree and the vast majority of what's proposed in the development.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brand. Mr. Borg.
Thank you, Councillor Brand, for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. Yes, the question was put again back to the arborists in terms of whether you could even lop some parts of tree 2 to provide an increased area that would be available for construction. The matter was also referred to Council's urban designers. Council's urban designers were of the view that the design could be amended, but that would also give the opportunity for the building to either go up or down, so through either a basement level or a fourth level, if that was required for a short space or building form. So yes, that was considered. That was also put to the applicants. The applicants do not believe that would suit their purpose.
Could I ask a follow-up question to that?
If it's clarifying. Yes.
It is clarifying. I'm just wondering. I mean, I thought it was going to be an expert, like a building engineer, that would be able to say would say whether the building actually needed. What's
your question, Councillor Brand?
Well, how do you consider that an urban designer is qualified to make that sort of judgment on the viability of a building next to a tree?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Brand. It was actually given to an architect, and the architect gave us that viewpoint, but also Council's municipal building surveyor also reviewed the design and did have much more of a lens on DDA rather than the actual structure, but he was of the view that, there could certainly be an engineering solution around what could be done. However, again, that was put to the school, and the school didn't agree with that view.
And I've got one more question, if possible.
Right.
Is there a procedural problem, a fairness problem, a legal problem, a policy problem, if the two trees were differentiated from each other and one was kept and one was not kept? Do they have to be both? If one is kept, do both of them have to be kept, or can we discriminate against the silky oak and for the eucalyptus?
Mr. Johnson, probably, or
Through you, Mayor, I might defer to George Borg to answer that question.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can answer that question. The way the root zone works, as we've been advised, and it's been confirmed by certainly our arborists, is that no, you'd have to remove both trees to achieve the outcome that the school is after.
Thank you.
I didn't mean that. I meant if we allowed the demolition of one significant tree, can we allow the non-demolition of another one, or if we're saving one, do we have to save the other? In terms of what we're able to do with the preservation of trees, or can we just discriminate?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there is no actual planning scheme control on the trees. So apart from policy that supports it, there is a local law permit that would be triggered. So that would be a matter that also would need to be considered. But no, there have been cases where one has been removed and one has been retained, and obviously offsets are provided in relation to that. So that is certainly something that's possible. The applicants have indicated very clearly that that's not possible for their development.
And did the arborist say whether it was physically possible to separate the two, or that if we dig one up and the other one has to come out too?
The arborist was of the view, through you, Madam Mayor, the arborist was of the view that both would have to go.
That you couldn't save one and not the other?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct, Councillor Brand.
Thank you. Councillor Copsey.
Thank you. I understood that there was some thought or investigation going into whether the trees could be retained through changes to the construction management plan, and potentially creating play space.
What is your question, Councillor Copsey?
What's the status of that? Has it been concluded, and what's possible?
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you, Councillor Copsey. No, we were still meeting. We have a meeting lined up with the planning representatives of the applicant on listed for Friday. It hasn't been exhausted, but a lot of the information that's come back, certainly from Council's internal offices, including Council's municipal building surveyor, arborists, architects, construction management people through Council city permits area, are all indicating, and also Council sustainability experts are all indicating there may be some room to move, but their preference certainly is to retain the trees. That is very clear in the information provided.
Okay, so back to where we were. We had Councillor Bond move and speak. Councillor Pearl, did you speak?
I've
yes.
spoken.
Would anyone else like to speak for or against the motion?
Yes.
Councillor Gross?
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor. The planning system can sometimes be a very cruel master and produces results that really are unfair and don't advance the society in which these rules are found. These two trees were planted too close together. So tree 2 is an insignificant tree that could be lost easily, but tree number 3 is indeed majestic. But it seems to me that there's several things going on. First of all, this is a small school that struggles financially, and it's been the lucky beneficiary of significant funding to build a facility that will serve not only the school, but will provide a performance space that's bigger than Gasworks and make it better for the local government schools who meet regularly with the principal of this independent school. So this is a facility that will reach beyond this small school, and this small school has shown the entrepreneurial zeal to go out and get this sort of money. So that doesn't mean they have a license to ignore the planning rules. But the planning rules don't say you can't cut down these trees. They say you may, in certain circumstances, remove the trees, but we want to be pretty concerned about the replacement. So the rules as they're currently constructed and being have meant that this school has lost $100,000 worth of delay in professional fees, and if it doesn't get going pretty quickly, it will lose a whole number of students in the year 2021 or 2022. So the stakes are really high for the school. The stakes are less high, but still very significant for the state schools in the area who will be able to use the facility. And it's sort of a bit like why I'm so in favour of the Elwood High proposal, is that the community will be able to use these facilities. So the stakes are high. It is true, it's undeniable that tree number 3 is majestic and is important. And, you know, no one likes these, but, you know, planning often requires terribly difficult trade-offs. And the reason why this is urgent is that if this development is not completed in time, a whole year of students will be lost. A whole array of fees and delays and costs will be incurred. It could be really damaging and deleterious to this small but important educational institution, and I urge us all to please support Councillor Bond's motion. This is one of those occasions where if we don't give them quick alleviation from the planning rules in the pub test or the normal perception will fall into disrepute, because no reasonable person would say, okay, like, it's a fantastic tree. No one's denying that. But to cause such financial damage to a small but precious institution and to perhaps put in peril the whole redevelopment, you know, those are the moments when the planning system falls into disrepute. So I think we have to show some pragmatism and proceed, and I'm happy to do that. And remember, this school is going to put in some replacement trees. In the last big wind a few weeks ago, we lost a few trees, and across Melbourne we lost thousands of trees. So trees do die, and sometimes we need to hasten that demise if there's a sufficiently meritorious social project, and this is one of those times. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gross. Councillor Baxter.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, I won't be supporting this motion for a number of reasons here. I think that there has been a very clear planning process here that the school has gone through. They have done what any developer would do and said, we want to do this, and we have done what we should do in all circumstances, which is, well, you know, we've got these concerns. That is what happens in every single interaction, except that we're not the responsible authority here, but the state government listening to us on this matter. So I think it's I don't like Councillor Gross's characterisation that this process is costing the school money and that we're doing all of this damage to this school. We are trying to preserve you know, something actually quite valuable in our city and our community. Trees provide a huge amount of value to our city that isn't quantified. And we always talk about how we're supposed to protect trees, but so many times when it comes down to it is, oh, it's all too difficult and the trees are the ones that go every time. You know, the environment is always the one that will suffer in the end in that one when people want to push hard enough. So I really think that, you know, this is a situation where our officers have looked at this. They've said that there is actual, you know, significance in these trees. There is a way in which the school can, you know, we believe that there is a way in which the school can actually come up with a modified design that can incorporate all of this. The school disagrees, and I totally understand that they disagree. But I, just like I would talk to any developer, I would say, look, I want to see you try to actually come up with something different here. We as councillors, you know, requested some advice from officers, as was alluded to before, and we haven't yet received that you know, more detailed advice that we asked for. So this would be preempting that, and I'm certainly not comfortable with that. I need to be far more informed before I could make that sort of decision. Yeah, this has been sort of, you know, thrown in at the last minute, and I can't support that. And the other thing is that, you know, the 2 semi-mature replacement trees planted in a planter box are not a replacement for the trees that we're actually talking about here. They not only are not a replacement, they won't ever be a replacement. It's not like they will suddenly grow into that. We know the value of mature trees. It's incredibly hard to offset them with new plantings. Developers try this on all the time by saying, oh, you know, we'll plant 10 new trees for your existing tree that we want to get rid of. And the value of those 10 new trees in terms of cooling the city, you know, carbon emissions reduction and all of the sort of wonderful things that trees do, are not even a fraction of what that mature tree was doing. So it's an absolute furphy to say that these sorts of things can be replaced easily. So I'm not gonna you know, say every single tree cannot possibly be moved under any circumstances, but I don't think a good enough case has been made here. And I think that you know, some councillors are trying to push here for something when we haven't received all of the advice. And from what Mr. Borg was saying, it sounds as though the advice is going to come back, which is going to be very similar to what was said before, which is that these trees are valuable enough to be retained, and that the school should look at options to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter. There's no further speakers. Councillor Bond, would you like to close?
I'd like to speak, please.
Oh.
I just didn't get my...
Councillor Brand, go ahead.
Okay. Look, you know, nobody's accusing anybody of not being in love with that gum tree. My ideal would be that we'd keep the gum tree, get rid of the ugly one next door to it. My intuition is that the building could be built pretty much not with all of those deep cuts in it, because with that one tree there right on the boundary pretty much, that's my intuition, that it is actually possible to get the best of both worlds there. But I don't know whether one can be saved and the other one not. And also my intuition on the buildability of it is non-expert and very fallible and has often been proved wrong. So I don't know if it could be proved to me, if it could be, you know, with confidence that you can't separate the 2 trees and that you can't build the building anyway, as proposed with the tree on the boundary there, then I would say I would be totally in favour, very sadly, of cutting it down. But it hasn't been. I just don't know, and I probably and my vote will probably reflect. I don't know. I was hoping that the officers would go through the process and the officers would come up with the balanced answer to the question.
Thank you, Councillor Brand. Councillor Crawford.
You know, it's not an ideal situation when trees have to be cut down or are in this situation. But from my understanding, from conversations I've had and some of the documentation I've seen, it isn't really possible to save the trees and develop the the community spaces and the site as well. You know, one of the things that I mean, I think the replacement of the semi-mature trees, there's some debate, and I was just Googling it, whether younger trees do capture more carbon in terms of, reducing emissions. There's all that that goes on. Yes, the shade may go, and the beauty of it, but in some ways, as long as there are semi-mature trees that are replaced, and perhaps, I mean, are gum trees the ones we would plant now, perhaps in our community if we're going to start all over? I don't know. There's all those kind of arguments too. So, look, it is a vexed one. I just feel like this is a decision that has come very late, obviously, and because this is the final meeting, there is an urgency to it. I think I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Oh, Councillor Bond, would you like to close?
No, Madam Mayor, I don't think there's much more to be said. Let's just get on and vote.
All right. Thank you. I will now, sorry, just go to where am I up to with, so I'll now put the motion under division. That's right, we've got the right order here, and call upon each councillor for your vote. So Councillor Baxter first.
Against.
Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brand.
Abstain.
Councillor Copsey.
Against.
Councillor Crawford.
For.
Councillor Gross.
For.
Councillor Pearl.
In favour.
Councillor Simic. I'm sorry, Councillor Simic, I didn't hear you. I can read your lips. I think you said against. Okay. Councillor Voss, for. That motion is carried. Okay. So this is as there are no further items to be discussed tonight, this is the conclusion of the public meeting. So I wanted to thank everyone for joining us tonight. Councillors, oh, sorry, Councillor Gross, did you want to say something? No.
No.
So Councillor Gross, oh no, going into confidential matters, sorry. Councillors, we've got 4 confidential items tonight on the agenda. I'd like to close the meeting. I'll call on a councillor to move that the meeting be closed to members of the public in order to deal with matters listed that are considered to be confidential in accordance with Section 3 of the Act for reasons indicated on the agenda. So I have Councillor Crawford to, Councillor Pearl to move and Councillor Bond to second. I'll now put that motion under division. Councillor Baxter?
For.
Councillor Bond?
For.
Councillor Brand?
For.
Councillor Copsey?
For.
Councillor Crawford?
For.
Councillor Gross?
For.
Councillor Pearl?
For.
Councillor Simic?
For.
Councillor Voss? For. So the motion is carried unanimously, and I'd just like to thank everyone for listening, and there are no further items in joining us tonight, so thank you very much.